All right, hello everyone. Welcome to WikidataCon Day 2.5. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are. Special mention to people in Europe who had to set all of their analog clocks and are still confused about what time it is. I hope the weather is nice wherever you are. And I just want to share a few words before we start. And before we have in 15 minutes the very exciting birthday presents lightning talk. So that should be it. Here we go. So for people who may not have been there in the previous moments of the conference, we're actually at the last, let's say, quarter of the program because our friend from Taipei, the University of Taipei, already had their parts of the conference broadcasted directly from the University of Taipei. And we already had part of the online program yesterday, but we still have some very exciting sessions coming up. So if you need any kind of information, general information about the conference, you can go to wikidatacon.org. I recommend you check the schedule at program.wikidatacon.org. It's going to show up the schedule in your local time zone, and it even understood that in Europe we changed time, which is amazing. If you want to talk about the conference on social media, you can use the hashtag WikidataCon. And if you need any support at any point, feel free to write to contact@wikidatacon.org. We have a team there ready to help and answer your request as soon as possible. So I see that most of you were already here yesterday, so you're already familiar with GatherTown, but if you're new here, feel free to explore a little bit. Feel free to move around between the sessions and talk to people, because that's what the platform is here for. And if you're watching us from YouTube, hi. And we're going to have a lot of breaks during the program between each session, indeed. It's made on purpose, so you have time to blink a little bit outside of the screen, maybe even take a fresh air, take a sip of water. So don't forget to take breaks. And the event is covered by the Wikimedia Universal Code of Conduct, so we gently ask you to encourage a positive and constructive atmosphere, to respect people's privacy and anonymity. You are very welcome to ask for help, and you are very encouraged to help others. And of course, we'll not tolerate any harassment, personal attacks, or violence. So as I was saying, the program is here for you to navigate in the remaining sessions of the conference. And the program is actually streamed on Wikidata Taiwan's YouTube channel at the very moment, which also means that you can watch things that you missed, and you will be able to watch everything on YouTube after this conference. So here's what the program of day 2.5 looks like. The times are displayed in my time zone because I'm the one who made the screenshot, but you can of course go and have a look at what it's going to look like in your time zone. So we're going to start with the birthday presents lightning talk facilitated by Lydia and Andrew. Then we're going to have a lot of exciting sessions from our international Wikidata community. Some of them will be live, some of them will be will have a pre-recorded videos, but in any case, you're very welcome to interact directly in the GatherTown chat, to ask questions that are going to be read out loud by our facilitators. During the Q&A phases, you will also be able to raise your hand and speak out loud if you want. So you will have plenty of ways to interact with the speakers and with the other participants. And we will conclude the day after a few breaks and after sessions with the closing session. So the sessions of today are going to take place mostly in English. Some sessions, the one that have been pre-recorded, will already have captions in English and traditional Chinese embedded. And if you're in need of translation, we're offering an experimental live caption system that works in Arabic, French, German, and Spanish. You can access it with this link here. And just a warning, it's experimental. It's probably not gonna understand all of our jargon, so be patient with it if it doesn't work perfectly. Today we're celebrating Wikidata birthday. That's really exciting. Wikidata got started 11 years ago, and we especially want to celebrate the achievement of the amazing Wikidata community. So you can, during the day, go to Wikidata column 11's birthday. You can leave birthday messages there. You can also link your presents if you have any. And you can also have a look at various on-site birthday celebrations that are going on all around the world. And as you probably already know, we're going to start the birthday present lightning talk session very soon. If you have a last-minute present to show, you can still add yourself on the pad that I will link right now. So you can have a chance to show off with the presents that you prepared. That's it for me. We're gonna wait 10 more minutes to see if more people are joining, and then Lydia and Andrew will start with the birthday present lightning talk. Enjoy the conference, everyone, and see you around on GatherTown.
Lydia, can you hear me? Awesome. Can you see me? Interesting. I can't see anyone, but anyway.
All right, it's past our start time, and the excitement is killing me, as I said. So, shall we get this started, Andrew?
Sounds great.
So, this is Wikidata's 11th birthday, and for a proper birthday party, you need a hat and a crown and some presents. And the presents are what we are here for today. And I heard we have quite a few presents to get through now. And the first one is even a video. Do we want to check out the video, Andrew?
Sounds great. Yeah, glad to see the birthday presents list has grown a lot in the last 24 hours.
Yes, it has. Simon, do you want to play us the first video for the first present?
Hello, I am glad to be here to present my birthday gift for Wikidata. As we already know, most of the people using Wikidata now are mainly focused on information seeking or creating dashboards. However, Wikidata, particularly in the biomedical context, can be used beyond that. So we have created a tool called Medicine. This tool is an interactive and multilingual web tool for clinical decision support based on the Sparkle query surface of Wikidata. So it works in a very simple way. So we can go here and click on English, choose English as a language, and then using Elasticsearch, we can actually type any medical entity. For example, we can type a drug called paracetamol. Yeah, and we get it here, and we click on add. Then we can actually find something called isoniazid, which is also a drug, and you can click here. And you can search, this is an extra one, and you can search for the drug interaction between them, and we run the query. Actually, this task will be converted into a Sparkle query, and this Sparkle query returns if there is a drug interaction between these drugs. And as you see here, there is a drug interaction between paracetamol and isoniazid. This can be used for a very important bench of medical tasks. For example, for disease diagnosis, for identifying genes from symptoms, proposing medical examinations to discern the main medical diagnosis based on symptoms, drugs, recent research papers related to disease, identification of the cause and the risk factor of a list of disease, identification of the diseases that can occur to a patient having some pathologies. So as you see, it is a very simple tool to implement because all this is just based on a conversion of a simple task into a Sparkle query in the backend, and then after that, it is just embedding the result of the Sparkle query from the Wikidata query service. So that's what I have to share here. I hope you enjoyed it, and I think that the community should think more about such an application of Wikidata. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. This was a birthday present by Hojimedin, and it looks pretty cool to me.
Yeah, we need more front-end tools like that so people don't have to learn Sparkle, but really click and point interfaces to Sparkle. It's wonderful to see.
Really cool. And I think we even have a second present from him. Let's look at the second present.
Hello, everyone. We are happy as well to present our second birthday gift for Wikidata. This birthday gift is a project we have been working on through a Wikimedia-funded research project. So the project deals with how to use the mesh keywords of PubMed publications, actually to validate and add semantic relations, biomedical knowledge, actually, to Wikidata. So we have developed this demo using Jupyter Notebook, actually, to showcase how the project works. So if you see here, you see that we are using something called BioPython. And this BioPython is a Python package that is used to parse PubMed publications. So that's all. So we just begin by loading it. Yeah, just run it. And then we just pick up a relation from Wikidata and see how the subject and object are written in the mesh taxonomy. So we just load that. We verified that this relation, and we verified how it is written in mesh. So after that, we are using for search queries over PubMed actually to compute something called the pointwise mutual information. And this pointwise mutual information actually is a semantic relatedness measure based on corpus. And actually, when this pointwise mutual information value actually is superior or equal to 2, the relation is valid. When it is inferior, strictly inferior to 2, actually the relation needs attention and probably it is not wrong. So just run that and see if the relation is valid or not. So if we see, we just ran it, and we found out that the PMI value is 8.8. So the relation is seemingly accurate. So after that, we actually use the qualifiers that are actually the attributes and the facets of topics in mesh keywords to actually make a matrix of the association between the qualifiers of the subject and the qualifiers of the object, making subcouples like this one. And then using that matrix, actually, we classify the relation. So we just ran this code actually to create the matrix. And actually, the matrix that will be generated will be something like this. So it is a set of values between 0 and 1. Yeah, so we run that, it is loading and making a matrix of association between mesh qualifiers based on 100 PubMed records. And then after that, we actually use actually a neural network, a dense model actually to classify the relations. So what we do is that we run the model and load it. Yeah, so just run it. And then we load the dataset. Yes. And then we perform the classification. And then what we get is this final result. So the final result actually finds out that the property, the Wikidata property corresponding to this association is actually P2176. And if we search for P2176, we see that it is drug or therapy used for treatment. So it is the right actually relation type. Another thing that this actually algorithm does is that it provides references for this relation. For example, if the relation does not have a reference in Wikidata, you just go through this actually PubMed ID of the reference and go search for it. And when we go searching for it, actually you find out that it is really a reference about the use of sofosbuvir for treating hepatitis C. So it is a right reference, and it can be added actually to support the statement in Wikidata. So that's all what I have to share. I thank you for watching this, and I will be happy actually to receive any comments or any opinions about the work. Thank you.
Neat, no? It looks like that might actually help us get quite a few more high quality references for the medical domain. The next present on our list, I believe, has something to do with lexicographical data. Asaf, do you want to join us to talk about your present? Yeah, join us on stage with the cool kids.
Sure. Yes, I have not played such a game in a long time. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. And okay. I trust you are seeing my screen. Yes, you're seeing my screen. Okay. So this tool is indeed a lexeme tool, and therefore called Luther. Get it? And it is designed to do just one simple thing, which is to help you add example sentences to lexemes on Wikidata. So there's some languages with tens of thousands of lexemes, but there are only a few thousand usage examples on lexeme total across all languages. And one reason is that it takes a lot of clicking to add a usage example. You have to look at the lexeme and then figure out some text that you want to use as a usage example. I think it's always better to demonstrate from an actual text rather than invent from the top of your head some usage example, and then you can give a reference, etc. But to find that text and then click it and add the reference and explain what sense it demonstrates, that's all a little too much work, and I think that's one reason people have not really been doing it much. So this tool is here to help you log in using OAuth. You pray to the demo gods that nothing breaks. You allow Luther to edit on your behalf, because that's the point, to save you a lot of clicking. And then you select what language you would like to work in. So Luther supports a whole bunch of languages, pretty much all the languages that have a lot of lexemes and an active wiki source. But you can also select your interface language. Right now, we support 3 languages. Thanks to volunteers, we have Ukrainian or Portuguese or English. I'm just demonstrating that you can change the language, but we will continue to demonstrate in English. So I will also demonstrate the actual adding in English so that the maximal amount of people can understand. And having picked English, I am presented with just one random lexeme that needs a usage example. This lexeme is salt. And it is salt the noun, not the verb. And it already has 3 senses in lexeme in Wikidata. And I'm given a whole bunch of possible usage examples. And when I say a whole bunch, I mean a whole bunch, up to 100. And these examples are taken from English wiki source. So the tool searches English wiki source, very naive, simple search, and tries to find phrases that maybe, with your human intelligence, you would decide are a good example of this lexeme. For example, the Britannica 9th edition from Salt Lake City is not a good demonstration, of course, of the meaning of the word salt. So we can, I don't know, look a little bit for a nice, there we go. How about literally this definition? Okay, so we click on something that we like, and we need to pick which sense. In this case, there are 3 senses. Which sense do we mean to illustrate here? And this is a sentence that talks about salt, sea salt, common salt, etc. So it's this common substance rather than the very strict chemical sense. And we can just remove what doesn't belong here. Usually search will give you a little more than you need to properly demonstrate it. So we can actually, yeah, maybe just leave it as it is. And we click add. And it didn't work because the demo gods are upset. I'm sorry. Let's try something else before we give up. But I don't know. Let's try another language. No. So I don't like this lexeme. I can skip to another one over here and pick something that maybe I would like better. There we go. So this lexeme that you cannot read, but you can read the sense, is a motorcyclist. And I'm going to look for a nice example of that. By the way, it uses the default Wikisearch search, which finds non-exact matches as well. So that is going to change. I'm going to add a feature that will let you select whether you want exact search or non-exact search. Depending on the language, it may make sense, you know, either way. It might make sense to pick exact matches only. Okay, so this will not work in this demo, but I do want to show you what happens when it does work. And I will do that by looking at recent changes. Here we go. So like any OAuth tool, it leaves a nice trail in the OAuth tag, so we can look at what this tool has been up to. And let's pick an English example so that we could read it. Here's one by Sam Wilson. So the edit that was made on your behalf is this lexeme, the lexeme jog. Did not have a usage example, and then through just picking that example and clicking the add to Wikidata, now has this example sentence with specifically demonstrating the sense of form of trotting or running at a slower leisurely pace, because there are, of course, other senses of jog, like jog your memory. And there's a reference that leads back to Wikisource, to the place where this particular sentence is taken from, a nice proper reference. And that's it. That's all the tool does when it works. Right after this demo, I will, of course, look into why it doesn't work. But later today, it should work. And that is it. Thank you.
That is so cool. And I fear there's a bit of addiction potential right there.
Well,
But very
one
cool.
can only hope.
Thank you so much for putting that together.
Very cool.
Sure.
Yeah, and it's also cool to see that Wikisource is so useful for this.
I agree. And more linkages we can make to tap in a Wikisource, the better. That's really great to see.
Indeed. What's next, Andrew?
I'm trying to see the order here. So we actually do have a Wikisource one that's next. Is that right? From here?
Do we want to do Wikisource next? Then let's continue with Wikisource. Poti,
Yeah, I think it's a good connection.
come join us on stage.
I was just noting to folks, it's funny how you can't just walk directly to your seat. You have to go on the stairs on the left and everything, because it's really important to walk the right path when the article's on the screen. So.
Yes.
Is Bodhi going to come up to do that? Are you up?
Yeah, I'm up. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you want to sit next to us in the little spots there?
It's difficult to go.
I know it's very onerous to get you up that.
I'm trying hard. Yeah, I tried hard. Yeah, I'm there.
Oh, sit in the spot with the speaker, with the loud horn, foghorn. No, megaphone. Sit in the megaphone spot, if that makes sense. I guess you're okay there. Yeah. There we go.
Can you see my screen? I guess so.
We can.
Okay.
What do you have to show us today?
Okay. So I'm going to demonstrate about a new tool, which is actually a digital library catalog for Bangla Wikisource. And its name is...
We're still seeing Gather Town, though. Do you want to...
sorry?
Switch the tab.
Just give me a minute.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know if you have two monitors or something, but we're seeing only the Gather Town screen.
Can you see it now?
We're still seeing your Gather Town screen there, so maybe you can just use a tab within there, within that browser window.
Okay, then I will just join later. Maybe someone else can do it.
Sure, we can.
Yeah, we've seen that problem of some people who, if you have a second screen or if you want to share something in full screen mode, sometimes it doesn't get the right screen. So anyone who's doing Google Slides, you could do the publish to the web, and then you get a URL that puts the slideshow in full screen. Sorry, in a browser window, but it's complex when you do like full screen mode sometimes.
All right, let's see who we have next.
Who do we have? We have Hogu456, who's in the...
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me? I hope I can.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how I can get to the stage. That does not work at the moment, but if
You're
you
fine.
can hear me, I think that's enough.
Yeah.
Then I will now try to share my screen. So I want to show Can you see now my screen?
We see infinite tunnel of screens.
Yeah.
Right? There we go.
Okay,
perfect.
good. So yeah, I want to show a small COBOL program I wrote to extract out of a Wikidata lexeme dump in the turtle format, or in this case for test purpose only of one item. You can extract out of that the lexeme forms. Yeah, and so it's a small program that reads in that file and then extracts out of it the lexeme forms. I can show you here how it looks inside. You can see here, that's how it looks like. So that's, for example, about the train station, John Bahnhof. And there you can see here the way how it looks like in the turtle format. And now if I now run the program, it generates a CSV file, and then I can now open that CSV file, and then you see that within this CSV file, then now you can see the different forms, the language, and the grammatical features connected to it. Currently only the item IDs, but I want to display instead of the item IDs the names. Yeah, that's a small program. And I think as data about lexeme form should usually not change so often after it is added to Wikidata, I think it can be helpful for reuse purposes to generate lists. Yeah. And because I don't have so much experience of the Wikidata query service, I thought, yeah, I want to try it. I want to write a program for it. Yes, that was
Nice.
the presentation.
Very
Thank
cool.
you so much. And people are very impressed with COBOL.
Yeah, I've heard of connections to COBOL with Wikidata. I've never seen one myself, so this is really cool to see.
All right. And we already have Wise Woman on stage.
Yes, we'll see if this actually works. Hey, it looks like it works. Well, welcome to me. Yes, I'm a now retired computer science professor, and I have a regular master's program course on semantic modeling. And 1 year I asked Lydia to come tell us a little bit about Wikidata, and I thought, hey, this would be cool. Why don't we contribute to Wikidata instead of me having them just do stuff that I like to have them do but ends up in the garbage can? Let's have them do things for real. So we started in the summer term of 2018, and I have here on my homepage on Wikidata the links to all of the projects, which I always have now here because I don't trust the demo gods to do things online. Our first project that we worked with was the university degrees project. And so I had students here in various groups. The first thing we try to do is identify items and properties that are useful. So we collect them here to figure out what could be useful for what we're going to be adding. And then we looked what was already in Wikidata. Oh my God. There's so much crap in there. People have modeled just every kind of thing instead of modeling bachelor degree and then field. There's bachelor of this, bachelor of that, bachelor of misspelled this, bachelor of whatever. We collected a whole bunch of all this stuff. We actually proposed a property called double major. And it never got through, even though my students did a very nice job of making an example of what it should actually look like, what a double major should look like. So we went through a whole bunch of countries. I choose things by country, and I have my students publish their reports online, including everything that went wrong and everything that does go wrong. And everything that works nicely. So we chose universities from Bulgaria, Costa Rica, Iceland, Malta, Portugal, Turkey, Fiji, Finland, the Republic of Ireland, Mauritius, and New Zealand in order to see how difficult it was to model these. And we did that for 2 years. That was fun. Then there was a guy showed up in an IRC chat desperately trying to find a hospital. And I thought, hey, this would be something we need to look at. Let's look at hospitals on Wikidata. And we started looking at what kinds of general properties. Now, some other people have come in and done some things here that aren't stuff that are from us, but we collected up potential properties that are important for a hospital. Then we looked for the various types of hospitals and discovered there's just unbelievable amounts of them. And we have weird stuff like army hospitals. How do we, is this an army thing, a hospital thing, whatever? And then we started to list all the fields of work that could potentially be in a hospital and just found lots and lots and lots and lots. And what did I say? Lots of other things. Again, we have the reports. My students were focusing on Germany. So we did the hospitals in Nuremberg, Berlin, Regensburg, and Potsdam, trying to make sure that they were relatively well documented in Wikidata. There's still a ton of things to do. And the last 2 years, we discovered Jan Anili's wiki project, his government wiki project, and we thought that was a really, really cool idea. So we started looking up at the things he wants to have for governments. He wants to know certain kind of administrative information. And we've sat down and looked at the following countries: Italy, Bermuda, the European Union, Luxembourg, Singapore, Switzerland, Iceland, Malta, Monaco, the state of Palestine, and I always do Greenland because I like Greenland. And we documented all sorts of stuff, actually bringing our, we managed to get a few of these actually online in the WikiGov project. And the idea is that people can find out more information about the government structures of their countries by going through this project. There's still a lot to do, especially African countries are really missing in the project, but I'm still teaching a little bit on the side, so maybe we'll focus on Africa this coming semester. Okay, that should be my 5 minutes.
Very, very cool. And it's good to hear that the students are also excited about contributing to Wikidata this way, instead of working on throwaway projects. And for everyone who hasn't checked out Gov directory yet, you totally should. It's a really cool thing. Boti, do you want to try again?
Yeah, I can try again.
All right, let's go for it.
So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, fine, great, awesome. So I'm going to demonstrate a new tool which we are developing on behalf of Bangla Wikisource. Mahir Moshed is the developer of this tool. We are trying to build a digital library catalog for Bangla Wikisource. The name of the tool is Shonkolok, which means compiler in Bangla. In this tool, this tool is totally powered by Wikidata for now. So if we have any books or newspapers, manuscripts, audios, videos, whichever there is in Bangla Wikisource, and if we had created an Wikidata item for them, for each of them, we can search the this tool is meant for the advanced search of those contents. So right now we have around 5 filters, 5 parameters, which is title, author, translator, editor, and publisher. And you can also filter those parameters by like there are 4 options to filter, which is contains, exact match, starts with, and ends with. And you can also add a new filter. You can remove the new filter if you want. So for example, I am just giving one example. So I'm selecting the title, which contains the word Japan. Let's see if Bangla Wikisource have any books or anything which is related to Japan. So if I click on the search button, it might take some time because it is running a Wikidata query in the background, and it has given us 8 results for Japan. So these are the 8 book editions which we have in Bangla Wikisource about Japan. And we can also filter. We can add a new filter, like we can select the author, and which maybe ends with surname Thakur, which is a common surname in Bengal. And if I then search it, we can filter out the number of books which contains the word Japan, and which contains the who is the author of that books whose surname is Thakur. As you can see, there are options for EPUB, PDF, and MOBI to export, so that you can download those format in your device and read them offline. You can also have a QR code. You can also scan the QR code from your mobile and read it in your mobile. And if you want to go to the links, you can also go to the links directly to the Bangla Wikisource main namespace. If we have not transcoded that book, then the EPUB, PDF, MOBI versions will not be shown. Instead, the links will go to the index page where you can start editing on Wikisource. We are also giving the results for the authors, place of publication, and the publishers, and that pages are directly going to Wikisource for now. So later we have some plans. We are going to export this list of these results in different formats, in TSV, in text format, in other formats, OPDS and other formats. And we are also going to create a Scholia-like website for, the website is here, but we are going to create a Scholia-like pages for the authors, publishers, place of publication and date of publication, where we can start playing with different query visualizations. Yeah, so this is for now. I guess we will be able to develop it in the next coming months. Full credit to Mahir Morsed, who has worked tremendously on this project.
So cool.
Very nice. I love that you generate QR codes for every single row. It gives me so many ideas for like editathons and things like that, where why don't we have like immediate linking to everything we're doing so that folks with mobiles or people in an audience can quickly interact with stuff. I love that idea.
Me too. Now that we did an excursion to Wikisource, I think we can excurse back to lexicographical data. And I think Lucas has something to show us. Lucas, are you here to show off something on stage?
And share my screen. Single window. This one, except I'm in the wrong tab. No, I don't want to share my whole monitor.
We see Lexi.
Aha, that is not the screen that I wanted to share. Aha, I confused myself. Hang on 1 second. Single window. That's the right one. Okay, so this is just something I very quickly put together after Denny's talk yesterday, because he reminded me that there was this issue he created on the Lexeme Forms tool a while ago to start using functions from beta wiki functions, and now we have the real wiki functions, and there are some functions in there to generate forms from other forms. So now I can start putting in here the lemma for a noun like Laos. And we ignore this duplicates warning for a moment, and I click the button guess forms, and it generates it automatically. It even has the proper plural because apparently someone just added this as a special case to this wiki function. And if I went with house, for instance.
Wiki functions, or is it just me?
Hmm?
We're just seeing the Lexeme Forms tool still.
Ah, then I guess my screen must be frozen.
Ah, no.
Damn it. What if I optimize for video? What does that do? Okay, now it's refreshed at least if I change the tab.
Yeah.
Okay.
We saw
now
it.
We're on wiki functions. And on Lexeme Forms.
Yeah, I went back to the tool. So if we go with house, it generates houses. If we go with mouse, it should generate mice. If we use, what's another word with very confusing plurals? Plurale tantum. I don't think that special case is going to be in there.
How about moose?
Okay. Yeah, but so there's the wiki function registered in this tool that can generate this form and others. And then I found this catalog of other wiki functions with like this whole table of Croatian morphological functions, which sounds interesting. So let's try this one. Oops. Giraffa, which I think is giraffe, and click the magic button, which I labeled with a sparkle emoji because I don't know what it should be labeled in Croatian. And there we go. Everything also generated. And as far as I've been able to tell so far, it even matches the placeholder, except down here, disregard that. I'll have to look into what Z24 means. But otherwise, lots of functions generating all these forms. I also wired up French, masculine and feminine. And if anyone knows other functions, then get in touch. And because this is so very experimental and I only started working on it yesterday, you currently have to opt into this feature, and you do that by creating this subpage on wikifunctions.org. I put a link in the Etherpad, I think, as well. And the JS at the end ensures that nobody else can create it because it's a JavaScript page and they're protected. So it's really you opting into it and nobody else. And the tool just checks, does this page exist? Doesn't matter what's in there, it can be an empty page. But yeah, that's the temporary opt-in mechanism while this is experimental. But if this works out, then I guess we can enable this soon and then see how many other functions people come up with. I think that's it.
Super cool. Is this the first proper use of Wikifunctions functions?
I don't know. We'll see.
We'll
It should probably
find
be
out
listed
because
somewhere.
this looks pretty good. Very nice. Thank you, Lucas.
Oh, and also someone can tell me what the correct version for the sparkles up here would be in French, whatever. We'll see.
Very cool. All right. Now I think from the Etherpad, it's we have almost everyone except the dev team. And then we have another present from Program Zagra. And an integrality update. Do we have Jean-Fred here? If not,
I don't
go
think
check out the improvements to integrality, which is a very, very cool tool. That helps your wiki project understand what type of data you're still missing and what your coverage is. Then I would say we look at some more Lexeme stuff, this time from the development team. Let me share my screen. Here. So. This is the page you use to create a new Lexeme, unless you use the Lexeme form tool or other tools that might help you to create Lexemes. This is a special new Lexeme. And one of the things that annoyed the heck out of people, so to say, was that you, for a lot of languages where we actually knew a language code, it asked you for a language code. So let me demonstrate with a fake example here for Iceland, which is, of course, not a language, but I need to show you. It would ask you for the spelling variant here because it can't figure out a spelling variant from the item for Iceland, obviously, because it's not a language. But this is the situation you had for a lot of languages. And now that is no longer happening for many, many languages that you probably care about. In this case, like Icelandic, because we use more data that is already available on items to figure out the language code for you. So that should help you much more easily create new Lexemes with a bit less frustration along the way. Next to that, completely different thing, the mismatch finder, which is a tool that helps you compare Wikidata against some other data source and then see where did they differ in the data and help you evaluate what's going on. So let's look at some random ones and see what it has for us. So here, for example, in the first case, the Facebook ID for Arsenal Fest is apparently different on Wikidata and the local value on the English Wikipedia article. So if someone wants to figure out, feel free to go ahead. what is new now is that it is also able to not just do this on the main part of a statement, but also on qualifiers, because quite a lot of data is actually also in qualifiers on Wikidata. So mismatch finder improved. Those are the two presents from the development team. And I have a third thing to show you, which is a cool tool by Brogan Zegwer. It's called Counter Vandal. And he is using machine learning model to determine if an edit on Wikidata is probably vandalism or not. And I gave it a try earlier today, and I thought this initial example here was already brilliant, because what it does is look at this change. So someone here changed the description in English for this person from editor to weirdo, which, yeah, that's not good. That is vandalism. And yes, I already went and fixed it. But it basically, and this is, I think, the cool thing, it's trying to figure out what is actually going on and why does it say this is vandalism. So in this case, it's adding disrespect into a description, which is a fairly accurate description, I would say, of what's happening here. So you can go to the Counter Vandal tool and try it out. It's a very early alpha state, as he says, but feel free to give it a try and see what it tells you and give him feedback on the talk page of the tool. What do you think, Andrew?
Yeah, that's great. I play with the Counter Vandal, and more tools like this are definitely welcome, because we've known that there are limitations on how well our old methods were in detecting vandalism. So this looks really cool.
Yeah, it looks very promising to me. It's also, I feel, a bit resource intensive, just like other large language models and similar tools. But yeah, it's worth digging and further trying this out to help us fight vandalism on Wikidata. All right, let me stop sharing. Do we have any other presents today? Anyone still in the room who would spontaneously want to show us something? Wise one, go ahead. You're muted. Someone? Yes, no.
So it's not something anyone else can look at. What a shame. Okay, how did you? Is it a trained model, or how did it?
What is not something someone else can look at?
Can other people look at it or see what it says? Oh,
okay. Let me get it.
The link for it, because there's no link in the pad, or I can't see it. I'm too stupid.
There you will be able to have a look at it, and all the info Brogan Zegwer has about it. But yeah, please do give him feedback when you give it a try. All right. Andrew, I think we're through all the birthday presents.
Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks everyone for all those great demos and the work put into that.
Really cool. Thank you so much, everyone. Then have a nice rest of the conference. Enjoy the party. And see you later.
All right. Take care, everyone. See you in the rooms.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Welcome to the Day 2.5 Part A Session 2. That's the Wikidata for African Librarians, the journey so far. This session is going to be presented by, please forgive me if I get the pronunciation wrong, by Jesse Asedu Akrofi and Alice Kabombo Akenya. Jesse, if you'd like to make your way over to the stage and stand on the podium for the nice visual effect. And I'd just like to remind everyone that you can post your comments to the chat. There will be a Q&A session at the end, so we can read out your questions to the presenter then. And also remember that in your emojis button of the smiley face, there should be a shaking hand. For me, it's in slot number 1. And you can also use this to flag or signal to the presenter that you would like to ask a question. So I think without further ado, and if we have our speaker here ready, I would pass it over. Jesse, are you here?
I think he was here like a second ago, but then left like, literally like 5 seconds ago. So let's maybe wait a few seconds longer.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Yeah, okay, so we will just we'll just wait a few minutes and see if Jesse arrives again. Maybe I can just read the excerpt or the blurb from this session. It's aimed towards making library collections in Africa more visible. Open and connected is a major objective for promoting open knowledge practices in African libraries through Wikidata. The project is funded by Wikimedia Foundation and also aims to drive better understanding of open knowledge and linked data in the African library sector. It's critical as the organization believes that access to knowledge is crucial for sustainable development and for creating more knowledge. So that's the exciting stuff we have for us ahead when we can just find our speaker. So please beg for your patience for a couple of minutes, and we'll see if we can get this moving. Hello, everyone. I'm seeing Jessie in the audience. If Jessie, if you're ready, you could make your way to the dais and stand on one of the speakers. Perhaps she is having some technical difficulty. We'll give it a couple more minutes and see if we can figure this out. Thanks for waiting, everyone. So we are just discussing back here what we're going to do. And I think what we might do, whilst we try and figure out whatever technical difficulties Jessie has, is that we will probably move on to our next session, which just let me find it. Yes, we have Susanna here with a pre-recorded video. So I think we will move to the next session, which will be Bring Your Heritage to Wiki Loves Living Heritage. You're muted at the moment, Susanna.
Check, check. I wonder if you hear me now that I sit here in the stage. Okay, anyway, I just wanted to say hello and that I'm here. I'm hoping, and I see Sadiq Jahadou is also in the room. So now that we have ample time, we are first going to see the video, and we are here for questions, and Sadiq can also talk about what's up in Ghana regarding the project. But for my part, it's fine to go forward with the video first. Talk later. I assume you are going to play the video, not me. Okay, let's see. Okay, good. Okay. All right, I'm just not seeing it. Yeah, we're not seeing it. But anyway, we have a time to sort this out now.
Simon, I think you're not broadcasting anymore. Maybe that's the issue.
Okay.
I think you can try again now.
And I'm going to talk about bringing your data to Wiki Loves Living Heritage. Wiki Loves Living Heritage is a wiki initiative that pays tribute to the 20th anniversary of the UNESCO 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. Living Heritage is the more human-friendly name for intangible cultural heritage. The global project initiated by Avoinglam in collaboration with the European Network of Focal Points for the UNESCO Convention. The project invites heritage communities, Wikimedia volunteers, safeguarding organizations and authorities around the world to document and share living heritage together during the festive year and continue the process in the years to come. The project makes living heritage visible through adding information about it on Wikimedia projects and by encouraging collaborative activities between Wikimedia affiliates and safeguarding organizations locally around the world. Here are some of the activities that have been done over the course of the year. This presentation is going to introduce how the project builds upon data. There are many sources of data: the living heritage list and inventories, the existing data on Wikimedia projects, and the data that the project itself produces. In the presentation, we'll focus on importing data about living heritage. So, what is the data about living heritage? Wiki Loves Living Heritage gathers information about the heritage elements in the UNESCO lists and registers and the national inventories that contribute to them. The UNESCO lists in the order of magnitude are the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity, list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding, and the register of good safeguarding practices. The lists grow annually when proposals by the member states are accepted and new heritage elements are added. All elements on these lists already exist on Wikidata to date. The member states to the UNESCO Convention commit to safeguarding living heritage in their area and maintain an inventory of any kind as part of that. A public list of database of inventories does not exist, and this project has set out to gather information about the inventories and heritage elements they list and bring them to Wikidata. We are also supporting the inclusion of inventories and heritage elements beyond the UNESCO system. Some countries are not members. There are other significant repositories outside the UNESCO system, and many heritage elements worth recording are not listed in any inventory. This map here shows the status of the inventories and registers we have identified, as well as the amount of elements included in them that have been associated with Wikidata. I will walk you through how this data is presented on the project website. Data about the elements is displayed on the Wiki Loves Living Heritage website. The lists are created with Listeria by making Sparkle queries to the data in Wikidata and using related images on Wikimedia Commons to illustrate the entry.
please bear with us a moment whilst we try and get this video working again. Apologies again, everyone, for the interruption. We're just going to try and figure out on our back channel what happens next. At the moment, we can't hear the audio from the video. Well, the good news is our tech team is on it and working, so we just beg your indulgence for 1 more minute. We should get it working.
inventories and registers we have identified, as well as the amount of elements included in them that have been associated with Wikidata. I will walk you through how this data is presented on the project website. Data about the elements is displayed on the Wiki Loves Living Heritage website. The lists are created with Listeria by making Sparkle queries to the data in Wikidata and using related images on Wikimedia Commons to illustrate the entries. The page Elements on UNESCO Lists displays the Wikidata items corresponding to the elements on the UNESCO lists and registers. It is important to note that this data is based on the information on Wikidata, which brings together different sources and may link to several lists and inventories in different countries. The names may also differ from the element names on UNESCO lists, and sometimes a cluster of Wikidata items are linked to the same UNESCO heritage element. The inventories page lists all the inventories in different countries that have been added to Wikidata. Some of the inventories contain heritage elements, while others are still just inventory items without related elements. When an inventory is added to Wikidata, the entry is shown on the page. When the elements become available, it is possible to create a list page for that inventory. The elements can also be grouped by
Oh dear, it seems the technical issues continue. I'm sure our tech team are looking at it right now, and I'll update you as soon as I can. please hang tight, everyone. If we can't get the video working, we will move over to a live demo presentation from Susanna. And yep, I think we will do that. So Susanna, when you're ready, please start your presentation.
Yeah. Hello. I have it here. Let me see if I'm anywhere where I was. This is a little bit complex because I made these videos with a lot of demoing, and I probably need to then switch between the demo and the presentation and see how it goes. Okay. Let me. Oh yeah. Fortunately, I have this big screen that tells me that this is showing, and but I have to see on the other page what I was going to say. Let me see. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, about how they are. How is the data shown on the pages? So there are 3 categories. Oh well, I'll just back up a little. Let's see. This is the front page. This is on Meta. All of this is on Meta, and a big part of this work has been to tweak all the things that can be done on MediaWiki and how to bring data and make it look nice on Wikimedia projects, making style sheets and list area lists with HTML tweaks, and I've learned Lua and name it, whatever. But so going back to these elements, they are in 3 categories right now, and there could be many more. So the first section are the ones that are on UNESCO lists, and the second one are the inventories, and then a third group are all different types grouped together by country. So to show you what a single entry has, it has an image, it has the name and the description, if it exists, from Wikidata, and the countries in which it is, and it's taking a few different properties and pulling those countries that are member states together in that section. It also displays the links to the different inventories and the UNESCO lists, and then also the places on Wikimedia projects where information about this specific element can be found. And then it's, of course, the Wikidata entry is always there in the background. And then there could be a Wikimedia Commons category. And this makes a search in PetScan. It was previously just an ordinary Wikimedia Commons search, but I noticed that PetScan does a broader search. And then there is a concept like a living heritage page, which I might talk about a little bit later. And the thing that this is based on the concept that has been used a lot in the Wiki Loves Living Monuments. Okay, Wiki Loves Monuments, where lists are made in Wikipedias around the world with the upload links, and they are all very different. And this is using the same concept of linking to a dedicated Wikimedia Commons campaign and sending along some of the data that can be used to reconstruct the data from Wikidata on the Commons end. And unfortunately, maybe in the slides, I might have an image of how it shows on Wikimedia Commons. And then going back to the next section, the inventories. There are quite a few of them, and actually these lists are quite heavy, so it takes some time to load. It would be unacceptable in the normal internet. I don't know. Okay, so there are 3 different kinds of 3 different kinds of or statuses when well, I think you saw it on the video already. So the inventories will show with elements if they already have elements, but they may only be inventories without elements. So there are two ways that they show up. They will show as no elements yet, and it will take you to a wiki project page. And for countries or like inventories that have already both the item and elements, but no page here, it's possible to create the page. And here are some of the things that that I'm using these preload templates, and it will create these standard pages. But I'm not going to go into this. I'll show this through now. Maybe it won't succeed. Okay, and then looking at what is on my list, I did say that I would talk about the living heritage pages. Let's go to let's see how Slovenia has elements. There are, if you see blue living heritage page icons, then there will be a page created for that. But it's also possible to do this, try our luck together and create this preload page. Let's see, it found an image and it gathered some basic information from Wikidata. It created a place where it's possible to add some texts for anyone to familiarize with the topic a little, but this has to be done manually. There's also a possibility of listing all Wikipedia articles. This is again Listeria. It works every other day, and today it works. So this is a great demo effect. Demo works, and you can see that it's only in Slovene, and you could also then Ligurian. We can enter translation through one of those buttons and translate it. I think that the only option is to translate. Oops, you must not click outside so that it disappears. But anyway, these pages can be used to translate these articles from language to another. And also images, I would really love to use something like View It on this page, but I have not found a way to access Wikimedia Commons images, SDC from Wikimedia projects. So to be able to show all the related images on these pages. And another thing that I'd like to work on is to harvest source references from all Wikipedias listing, having an article about this specific heritage element and list on this this page. And this would then be a kind of a new concept, like a project independent resource page listing images, listing reading, different resources for all of these language projects to make use of. And then let's see what's on our presentation. So there's also a contacts page on the site that lists all the focal points. Focal points are the organizations in each member state that manage living heritage, the intangible cultural heritage in those countries, and make they safeguard and they inventory, and they make proposals to UNESCO and propose those heritage elements to be included in the UNESCO list. So those are focal points. And then there are the Wikimedia affiliates in almost all the same countries. And the great thing about this is that we can bring these people together on a local level and find the best ways to work together to make activities that best suit them. And a lot of activities like that have started already. And then we have some materials on the website. It's funny to call Meta a website, but I kind of like it. There are materials for the organizations, the partners especially, and how, like advice, like advocacy documents about how they can best make use of Wikimedia projects, and answers to their questions and doubts, and then the very important topic of the ethics of open sharing, which generally this is a topic that is especially important in the context of living heritage. It's not only because it's living heritage; there are usually living people around these traditions and activities, and their privacy is one question. But then there's also the ownership, the community ownership of many of these traditions. Not all of them are meant to be shared. There's also often secret or sacred information and knowledge that is not meant to be shared with the whole world. The copyright doesn't acknowledge that, and usually this is all public domain. And I think it's very important for us to be responsible in our role as sharing information and learning about the limits of sharing, and maybe even protect, or like really protect information from disappearing or being abused. And then we probably need to go through this quite quickly. We already tackled a lot of technical things. So these are data models for an inventory and an element. And here are some of the properties that are used. And these two are the ones that make these inventories specifically appear in this context. They are either in the Wiki project or they are listed as national inventories. There are also other inventories other than national. And then elements, these are properties for elements. And here again, one of the things that I've noticed a lot in the existing data on Wikidata is that people use the value of intangible cultural heritage on different properties. And in fact, in the currently ideal data model, it's not directly used anywhere. I don't think that anything can be called intangible cultural heritage per se, but the lists are related to gathering intangible cultural heritage, or that there can be hierarchical structures that render something intangible cultural heritage, but there's no way of saying that this is intangible cultural heritage. And yes, and then there is the question of nationality of heritage, and I don't think I will go too deep into that now, but I'm just stating that it's a tricky question that needs to be tackled. So this would have been also a video like about the workflow of how this data is brought to the project. And I think it's best that you will have a look at the project site. I will show you the page. There's this section, Get Inspired. And whenever you see this Shirdak rag, this is, I use this everywhere where I refer to this page that lists the steps how to import data to this project. It seems like complicated, but I try to be detailed, let's say. Okay, let's see what's there next. Right. And then there's data already on Wikimedia projects. There are lists on Wikipedia, Wikipedia articles, Wikimedia Commons, and Wikisource, lots of information. Especially, I think it might make sense to highlight Wikisource, because there are lots of, when I make these PET scan searches, it brings up us lots of Wikisource books that have matching information to those queries. And I would be so very interested to see those books gathered in the context of these heritage elements to show to be able to be explored. And I think, well, everybody's familiar with the Wikipedia projects and how everything relates to everything, and all these connections are good to be used in search for right information and then correcting information. Wikimedia Commons needs a lot of categorizing and new categories. Wikipedia articles have, or like Wikipedias have, also will need a little bit of care in understanding maybe the concepts of the UNESCO lists and the national lists and intangible cultural heritage in general, so that the categorization and references will be good. And just again, coming back to the Wikipedia lists, they are really useful in finding those matching elements when one is matching data from the inventories to existing data on Wikimedia projects. And then the project produces a lot of information itself. And here I can go back again to this, and you will see on the front page, was it yesterday, there was Sadiq arranged this event. I hope he might be able to talk a little bit about this event in Ghana, presenting this idea to the local community. And we are able to make these headers, and we have news elements that link to social media, and then we have these event what could they be, highlights that can be shown on this page, and as well as then blog posts or other articles that can be highlighted here. So this is also a kind of a record and an archive of activities. And these are all made on Wikidata, and their data this is why they automatically appear and disappear from this list. And it's almost like any contemporary website now. I think I've spoken enough. Let me see. Join the project. There are many opportunities. Thank you for your attention. Here are the contacts. You can navigate to the website and find more information there. I can talk more about this, and Sadiq can chip in maybe after this. Thank you so much, and let's talk.
We hosted the first edition of Wiki Loves Living Heritage in Ghana, with communities such as the Dagwan Wikimedians user group, the Gruni, Mori communities in Tamale, and the reason for hosting the event was to introduce them to the Wiki Loves Living Heritage project as community members who have been working in collaboration with other Wiki Loves campaign organizers like the Wiki Loves Folklore, Wiki Loves Monument, and Wiki Loves Africa. So it was an opportunity for us to jump onto the project and see how we can contribute living heritage elements from Ghana, and also introduce participants to the Wikidata side of Wiki Loves Living Heritage. My community, the Dawan Comedians User Group, have been involved in several Wikidata-related initiatives, and this is yet another exciting project that would help us, contribute national inventories to, Wikidata, and also like making sure that we use Wikimedia as a tool to preserve our living heritage and also support communities to document living heritage about their communities and different cultures. And at the same time, we are a language community. We work with several language communities, and part of our living heritage is quite related to language revitalization and oral history. And so it was an opportunity for us to, learn from the community members what living heritage is, and how their understanding of living heritage is, and what we can do as a community to support this project. So we are very excited about that, and we are very happy also that we are having the National Folklore Board being part of this exciting project. So moving forward, we'll be collaborating with the National Folklore Board in Ghana to organize series of, editathons, workshops to introduce participants to Open Refine and Quick Statement and Wikidata in general. That is one of the aspects that we'll be looking at, and the other part of the project would help us like organize photographic competitions where committee members will be asked to upload living heritage images, audio, visuals onto Wikimedia Commons as part of the Wiki Loves Living Heritage project. So this is very interesting, and I was so excited to see so many people attending. About 36 people attended in person in Tamale, and we had very interesting discussions around living heritage, and it was so nice to learn more about what we can do together as a community as part of the Wiki Loves Living Heritage campaign. And then I think later in the day, there was also like a Wikidata birthday celebration just to round everything up. So we had a double event yesterday throughout the day, like from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it was really exciting, and I'm so happy to say that the Grand Wikimedians and its sister communities are very happy about this project, and we are willing to collaborate with Susanna and the Wiki Loves Living Heritage team. Yeah, thank you. And so I am also moderating the session, and I'll be sharing the questions that are posted here in the chat for Susanna to answer. Let me see if I get that right. Yes, so I see this comment from Lydia. Is this a brochure that is available, The Ethics of Open Sharing? Susanna? Can you hear me, Susanna? Oh, I think Susanna dropped. And the second question, how can one locate the UNESCO inventory for...
Wait, stop. Please wait a minute, Sadiq. I think we need to start again with the question.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so yeah, I think there's a little bit of lag. I have the sound on TV, so I don't know exactly when we are starting. Okay, so the Ethics of Open Sharing was an event organized in the spring together with the Creative Commons working group on the ethics of open sharing. And together with them, we created a playing card deck, and you can find it on the project on Meta. Let me see. I will paste the link to the chat about the event, and there is a separate blog post by Isaac Olorontumilin on Medium, and you will find the playing cards that were made together with the working group. They are a nice. They have kind of a. Well, you will find out about it. They are based on the. Well, I can't remember. Sorry, I seem to be a little bit mixed up with the situation. But have a look there. Everything that we have is online. We don't have a brochure, which is a nice idea. But we do have this digital version of a real world tangible element of playing cards. And when you play them, you might end up thinking about the ethics of open sharing.
Thank you, Susanna.
Oh gosh, Peace Ray, I did not know. Oh, you maybe, well, I'm not updated, I must say, about the US rejoining UNESCO on the 10th of July, 2023. You can post us questions anytime. I'll be hanging around here around the clock. If you yes, my email address also, I think you can find me in the interwebs, as they said in the 20th century. But here's also my email address.
Great. Okay, I also see this question from Peace Ray. How can one locate the UNESCO inventory for a country and add it to Wikidata for a country not already there with this? I don't know if that has answered your question. I am thinking of US. I think there are other countries as well. Let me just paste that back so you can. So I just pasted the question back again.
Yeah, I wrote an answer to that on the chat, and I was saying that, yeah, as I mentioned at that point, I didn't know that US had rejoined, but at the, that probably I would say that there is no official inventory to date, but there are very many interesting lists and registers by Smithsonian, for example. Smithsonian has an intangible cultural heritage program, and I think one would have to Google to find out, and I can do that too to let you know.
Cool. Please feel free to share any of your questions.
If at any point anyone wants to see a hands-on session on adding an inventory, I will be happy to run such a session. We continue the project until the end of the year, and the project continues with the support for data, like in the years to come, at least next year. Let me have a look.
Another question.
This is World Heritage Convention. This is a different one. I'll show you the Intangible Cultural Heritage site. I will paste the link. Oh yes, someone has done so already.
I just pasted it.
Yeah, there you go. You're quicker. So, countries. Here's a page for the US on the ICH site. And you will see what the status is. They might have a little bit different member states in the UNESCO, the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention compared to the UNESCO in general. Anyway, I think we will thank you for active participation. Really happy to see that, and see you around. Looking forward to all the sessions and the next steps in the project. Bye.
Thank you so much, Susanna. That was really a wonderful presentation, and it's always great to hear more about your work around living heritage. And as I said, I'm very excited about this project, and I'm happy to be part of Wiki Loves Living Heritage campaign. And thank you so much. You can also leave us a comment. If you have any last minute thought or question, just drop it here.
So I see that we have one additional question from Lydia, which is, what is one thing for people to do that would be most helpful for you?
I thought I'd show you. We just had a Let's Connect session last week, and I created a page that for wiki work. This is something that is for independent work that one can do, and I'm sharing with you the page. So I clicked on join, and then there is this sub-menu, wiki work, and it has all the things that one can do without specifically engaging with partnerships. First of all, there's exploring inventories and elements, and then on every one of these pages at the bottom, there is generated tabernacle page where you can edit all the elements of that page, like add translations or add images and such. And I think that would be really useful, especially for if you see some elements that have only the Q codes, then it would be really good to have translations into English so that they could be further translated to more languages. And then there are Cradle forms for adding a single heritage element or an inventory, creating a blog post or making an activity. And then here, there's also a way, if your favorite heritage element is not on any list, you can nominate it yourself. So just follow these instructions. And there are like ideas for organizing data on other Wikimedia projects. And here is the crown jewel, the Shirdak. You can see this is about adding a whole inventory. I will paste the link to this page in the chat. Here you go. And actually, we are starting to have all kinds of documentation online. We have presentations and videos of different events, but I don't think we have all of them nicely organized online, but a lot of them can be found. Thank you, Simon. Signing out again. Bye.
Bye.
All right, just a quick audio announcement here for the people who may follow us on YouTube, for example. So unfortunately, we couldn't get Jessie to present live. We're probably facing technical or connection issues. So we're gonna go on with the program as planned now, which is in 20 minutes. We're gonna have the session, Are You Modeling My Gender? So stay tuned, have a break, and then we'll meet again in a few minutes.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So welcome back. I hope you had a fruitful rest, and we'll continue with the next session. In just a minute. Are you modeling my gender? Result from Wikidata Gender Diversity Project with Danielle, Beatrice, and Martha. If you can hear me,
Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. So we have Martha, Danielle, and Beatrice to take us through the next session. And if they are ready, they can please go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we kick the ball rolling.
Okay, thank you. I think that we are waiting for Daniele, who hasn't arrived yet.
Okay, great.
But they had some technical issue, but they said that they are arriving in maybe a few seconds.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, so kindly bear with us. We'll give like a minute more.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I see that Daniele is here. So maybe we can share our presentation so we can start.
Yes, just a second. Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, Daniel, we can see.
Okay, so we can start. So good afternoon to all of you. I am Beatrice Melis and I'm here with my colleagues Daniele Metilli and Marta Fioravanti. We are also presenting on behalf of our colleague Chiara Paolini, and we are very pleased to be here today. So we thank you for having us. And our presentation today is titled, Are You Modeling My Gender? Results from the Wikidata Gender Diversity Project. So let's now introduce our project, Wikidata Gender Diversity, which is a one-year project funded through the Wikimedia Research Fund. We started working intensively on this project more than a year ago. So our work is still ongoing, and we will continue to work until the end of this year. But today we are pleased to be able to present you the goals that we have achieved so far. So our project focuses on the theme of gender diversity by looking at it from the perspective of the Wikidata knowledge base. We are focusing on marginalized gender identities from a queer and intersectional feminist point of view. Then this is the lens through which we have outlined the objectives of the project, and also the lens through which we have attempted to conduct all the various analyses, both qualitative and quantitative. The motivation for these works comes from the fact that identities that fall outside the gender binary often suffer discrimination and systematic erasure in society, and sometimes also in online projects, of course. This fact impacts not just the people who strictly identify as non-binary, but also trans people in general and intersex people as well. So we can note that there are many communities that are affected by this issue, and that anyone who does not conform to the traditional normative Western view of gender is subjected to discrimination. But let's start with some common misconception about gender and gender representation, and so with some facts that we know to be true. This you see here is the gender unicorn, which is a simple scheme that was made to illustrate the complexity of gender identity, gender expression, sex assigned at birth, and also physical and emotional attraction. The first fact that we know to be true is that gender is not easy to model. Many people think that gender is just like basic stuff. So maybe you have the birth date data, and then you have the gender data about a person. And these pieces of information are often put on the same level in terms of complexity because they seem like very simple facts to deduce. But the reality is that it is not simple at all. And so gender is in fact a very complex topic to model. The second fact is that gender is not binary. So there are many identities that stand outside the gender binary of male and female. The third and the last fact is that non-binary identities are not a new thing. These gender diverse identities in general are not a new thing, and they are not a fad of the moment. Actually, they have been with us for centuries and centuries. But now let's talk about a common perspective that is generally considered when conducting studies about gender. Usually, the way that the issue of gender representation is framed in a Wikimedia project is through the gender gap. This can be actually useful in some cases, but it is simplistic because it implies that the gap is only between cisgender men and cisgender women, and that the way to address it is by adding more data in order to fill the gap and to solve the problem. And instead of looking only at the gender gap, we are adopting a comprehensive view. And to do this, we have outlined 3 research questions. The first is about the modeling of gender, which is the main issue. So we want to know how gender is modeled in Wikidata's ontology, so that we can see if there are conceptual errors starting right from the very foundation, so from the ontology. Then there is the data itself. So we are researching about what is represented and who is represented. This is looking more specifically at the data on people who have a corresponding item in Wikidata. And the goal of this analysis is to understand whether there are any realities that are particularly underrepresented, and to study the other biographical data to see how they correlate with the gender data. And then there is the discussion about gender made by the community. This is a very interesting part because it tells us why certain modeling choices have been made and why some data are being represented in a certain way. But this also allows us to understand how the community overcame some barriers, for example, cultural and languages barriers, to arrive at a shared conceptualization of gender. So these are the 3 questions that we are considering to pursue our research in WIGEDI. And now Daniele will tell you about the studies that we have conducted so far, starting with the studies on the gender model in Wikidata, which aim to answer the first research question. So now I'll pass it on to Dani, and thank you.
Yes, thank you, Beatrice. So when it comes to gender in Wikidata, as we know, Wikidata currently represents gender about more than 8 million people, and data is expressed using statements connecting the entity or item about the person to one or more values through a property. And the property is P21, which is called the sex or gender in English, and it is labeled in similar ways in the other languages. From the start, we can see that this is somewhat ambiguous because it is not very clear if it refers to gender identity or if it refers to sex assigned at birth, and so this is the first issue that creates some confusion sometimes. Now, in the beginning, the way that the Wikidata community has modeled gender was problematic because it assumed a very narrow view and interpretation of gender. And we see this from user discussions from the early days. So every human must have a sex or gender, but only one and only one of a certain very limited set of allowed values, including male, female, or intersex. So there was no concept of trans people, there was no concept of non-binary people, for example. But what this is a data model. So this is part of the way that the data is modeled and represented. And both the properties and also the values that are used, which are the classes and the individual entities of the model, they constitute an interpretation of reality. Now, of course, any interpretation of reality is always biased in some way, and we cannot expect the community to come to a universally recognized view of gender, because gender is seen differently by different cultures and different people. However, we can work to improve the model to achieve a more inclusive representation. And as reality changes, or as our understanding of gender changes, the data model can also change. So we have seen this through the years because the current model is much more complex than the narrow view that was adopted at the beginning. And now there are more than 50 different gender identities that are accepted as values of the property P21, organized in a complex taxonomy that we have been analyzing. And we have identified that there are still some issues. So we will have recommendations about possible improvements. When it comes to the data, so what is represented, who is represented, we can see the gender gap, the big gender gap between men and women, but we can also see that there is a significant underrepresentation of gender diverse people, including trans men, trans women, which here are included among men and women respectively, and non-binary people and intersex people. So all of these identities are underrepresented compared to their prevalence in society. So we have looked at statistics, and yeah, there is a significant gap here also. We have been looking in more detail as specific identities, in particular at the non-binary identities, or all the identities that are classified under the non-binary umbrella in Wikidata. There are also some issues here because not all of these identities can necessarily be included under non-binary. So we will also have some recommendations as well at the end of the project for possible improvements here. We have been looking at identities of gender diverse people through time and space, and we see very clearly that most people are concentrated in specific countries, especially the United States. So there is an underrepresentation from a geographical point of view, and also chronologically, most identities are contemporary, but there are some that are not. So there are historical people as well. The other very important issue is how or where the gender data comes from. So, of course, in the beginning, everything was done manually by the users through the interfaces of Wikidata. But later on, but actually very early in the project, it was this job was given to bots. So data started being imported from Wikipedia, from external databases, which Wikipedia is not a reliable source, and other databases may or may not be reliable when it comes to gender. So it is not always clear where the original information comes from. And then the most problematic thing was the addition of gender data from based on the personal names, which is very problematic because names are ambiguous, and in some languages they are mostly masculine or feminine, but in other languages they are different. And especially for non-binary people, this is a big problem because their identity cannot be inferred from the personal name at all. So of course this connects to the important question of what is a reliable source, and we believe that gender data is sensitive data that needs to be sourced. So there is the current state where the vast majority of gender statements are not sourced or are sourced from Wikipedia is not okay. But the problem is it is not immediately clear where accurate gender data could come from, especially for gender identities that are not where, so I will make an example. For example, my identity is non-binary, but my sex assigned at birth is different, and this identity is not recorded in official documents at the moment. So I would say that the most reliable source about my identity is me. This creates some conflict with prevalent policies on Wikimedia projects where I'm, of course, the individual person is considered the primary source, and a reliable source should be a secondary source. So we have been exploring this issue, and we will also have something about this in our final report. Finally, I wanted to mention user discussions because we have been working to create a corpus of user discussions that makes us understand the evolution of discussions about gender in Wikidata. We have done a preliminary topic modeling study to understand the evolution of topics of discussions. So we can see very clearly that some specific topics are discussed in certain time periods. But our final project outcomes are at the moment 3 publications that are in progress. One is currently in press, and the other 2 are not finished yet, are not published, I mean. Then we have done 10 presentations. This is number 9, and I want to mention the presentation that we will do at the data modeling days next month. And then we will have a final project event at the end in January. But also this final event will be where we will present our final report. So it will be at the end of January. Finally, we have more practical outcomes. So we have a tool that is the Wikidata Gender Timeline. Then we have a presentation of the statistics that we have collected about the data, which we call Wikidata Gender Dashboard. And then we have the user discussions as a corpus. So now we wanted to present the first of these project outcomes, in more practical project outcomes, which is the Wikidata Gender Timeline that Marta will now present. Thank you. Marta? I cannot hear you.
Hello? Marta? I can't hear Marta also. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay, great.
I was saying we also created a visual analytics tool to dive into this huge amount of discussions about gender modeling in Wikidata. And the aim is also to allow researchers to make different questions and answer them in a very qualitative way too, but in order to then make a quantitative research. For example, how the discussions evolved in terms of topic, like the structure, but also, I don't know, more philosophical and difficult questions about gender itself, or if you go to the next one, what are the main topics of interest in modeling gender, but also if these discussions were linear or went into nothing or were particularly articulate, or finally, for example, how data changed, if you go to the next one, and how the model itself evolved among time. So essentially, you see now a preview of this tool. You can explore the main points inside these discussions and make your trip around them. So how it works is essentially it's like a table with a lot of events in there. In the top part, if you go to the next one, we have the columns that are the category of event. We essentially qualitatively found them by reading all the topics and events and trying to make some categories. So discussion is more about gender itself, while requests, import and creation and edit are mainly for the model itself, and Wikidata history is for just giving some context about what was happening also into Wikidata. While on the rows, we have time, so the more you go down, the more you get recent events. And an event is just a card that you can expand in order to get more details, but we also kept a very synthetic description at the beginning in order to also give the possibility to just really quickly read the history. But another thing we did was also trying to make some little temporal paths of these discussions. So related topics are connected temporally. And if you are on an event, if you go to the next one, you can more easily see what is related to what. While for more topic-related discussions, if you go to the next one, we have a dashed line that also connects different events, even if they are not part of the same path. So in synthesis, if you go to the next one, this timeline is a qualitative tool to just have a glance about all the work that's behind modeling gender in an ontology model like this one, and also have an idea of what are the user responses to these topics, how there could be biases due to the large amount of data that we need to also represent. And yeah, so the presentation is at the end. Thank you for listening. And if you have any question, we are very happy to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martha, Daniel. Please feel free to send in your questions. I must say that was really a great presentation, and I'm really learning so much from the project, and I think it's very useful at this time that we are all concerned about issues that are related to gender and the gender gap in general. I'm very excited about this project, and I hope that you were all excited as much as I do. And if you have any question, Daniel and Martha are still around, and you can just send it in the chat. They will be happy to respond to you.
I think there's actually a question from Julian. It's hand raised, so you can go ahead.
So I think there's one question here. Is the timeline tool publicly available?
Will be soon. We are still developing the final details, but it'll be available in our website.
FF Julien, you can also unmute yourself and talk if you want now.
Yes, thank you, Leah.
Can we take a brief moment to talk about sourcing statements, be they gender statement or ethnic group statement? I think it's a real problem in Wikidata that even when we do the right thing in consulting the people themselves to validate first if the information is accurate and B, if they actually want the information to appear in Wikidata, this to me is the most respectful and accurate way of confirming the information. But then when we have this information, there is no means by which we can actually document this as a reference in Wikidata. How can we address this?
Okay, so I see Daniel's hand. You want to respond?
Yes, this is. I agree that this is a significant problem because so there should be a way to do so, right? There should be a technical way to make sure that statements about identity. So these are not like other statements where this can be accurately documented based on something that is visible. So when it comes to identity and sensitive data, not just gender identity, but also, for example, sexual orientation, this comes from the individual themselves, from the person. And I think that there should be a way we can perhaps discuss what is the best way to do so. But if we only rely on published sources and on secondary sources, these are often incorrect and unreliable in this case, because, for example, when it comes to my identity, for example, that is non-binary, if you look for published sources that contain my name, in most cases they will refer to another identity that I do not currently identify with. So that's a big issue. I think another important issue that is related is the fact that so first of all, importing the gender from Wikipedia is not okay, and importing the gender from the name of the person is very much not okay and wrong. But of course we need to find a good way to document it. So we will make a proposal, or at least a beginning of a proposal in our final report, and we hope also to discuss this further with the community.
Awesome. I can't wait for the final report. And I think we have a very long break after this session, so we will allow a few more minutes for this discussion. I think it's going to be very interesting discussion until 17:45. So we have a few more minutes to continue the conversation. So please feel free to unmute and ask questions. Just also you can type it in the chat. Thank you.
So we had John Samuel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry. So I have a question. First of all, thank you for the presentation and also demonstrating the beautiful timeline tool. I think it's very, very interesting, and we could see what has been happening related to gender all these years. And I think I'm eagerly waiting to see this. My question is more about the property, sex, or gender, and I often wonder whether we should really have this. Especially if you take countries like Belgium, they are saying that they are going to remove the gender information from their ID cards. So I'm wondering if it's relevant to have this information. People will say that we need to have statistics so as to understand that the policies that governments make are helping the communities. But what is your take on this?
So yeah, I can answer. I don't know if Beatrice also you want to say something about this, but personally, I would be in favor of removing the property. The problem is I don't think that at this time there is a consensus in the community to do so. Also considering the fact, and this is for a very practical reason, that if you don't have the data, you cannot measure the gap. So it would not be possible, for example, to measure the gender gap even between cisgender men and cisgender women. So we have been assuming that this is not an achievable goal at the moment, given also about discussions we have had with several people from the community. And we have been working under this assumption. We have been trying to improve the current representation while not removing gender data. Yes, of course, considering the fact that sourcing is so difficult to do properly, and that there are many issues with an accurate representation, and also there are many different interpretations even of the meaning of certain identities, of certain terms that are used, such as non-binary. So, for example, are non-binary people transgender, or are transgender people? So some non-binary people don't identify as transgender, for example, and some people who are currently classified as non-binary because they have an identity that falls under the non-binary umbrella do not identify with a more general non-binary term, which is non-binary. So there are agender, bigender, all these other identities that not necessarily can be classified in one universally recognized and understood way. So creating a taxonomy is also a big challenge that will not make everyone happy. So if you remove the data, of course, you don't have any of these problems if you completely remove the property. But then you are missing a lot of data that has been, and this is true, that it has been useful for the community to have this data. So yeah, we are not, that will not be, our proposal will not be to remove the property, but to make adjustments and to also to consider this kind of data in a different way from every other statement, which because it is a different kind of data. So also when it comes, for example, to the way this data is protected, so the fact that anyone can change the gender of a transgender person or non-binary person to the wrong value, and this often doesn't, it goes unnoticed. So the fact that the protection of the page is at the page level, it is not at the statement level, right? So the fact that these statements are considered as comparable to a date of birth or a place of birth, or so it is a bit of a problem. And so we have some ideas about possibilities, also technical possibilities, to make sure that this data is treated in a different way, right, from the rest of the data that is found in Wikidata. So yeah, sorry, the long answer, but yeah, this is all. Thank you.
So maybe I just want to add something to this issue about removing the gender data, because I think that removing it may be a possibility, although I also understand the fact that there are some studies about statistics that requires also the gender data. But as long as there are certain realities and communities that are underrepresented, even statistics will no longer be reliable in this sense. So the solution is actually to fix the things in terms of representation, rather than removing the property and the data on gender itself, because I think that before removing the data, and so the root of the problem in this case, it is maybe better to fight to improve it and to try to fix it in a way that makes it also makes that data useful for other analysis, also within Wikidata, but also for third parties project, for example, because these data could also illuminate some other realities, for example, realities related to gender diverse people, which are often erased and not considered in certain statistical studies that are important to understand our societies. For example, researches related to data on occupations, religions, or things like that. So I think that the most important thing is actually to fix this piece of data in order to faithfully represent reality and not just to remove it. So this is my opinion about it.
Thank you so much. That was very useful. Any more questions, comments, final thought? We have 4 minutes to end the session.
All. And we had people who commented like that when we have seen some people raising this issue that they do not want their gender to be recorded at all. What do you think that how should the community decide? I mean, personally, I feel that we should respect their decision of not sharing their personal information, especially if it's gender, because of security reasons or safety reasons, and they do not want to share it publicly. I think we need to also consider this, but what is your take on that? Thanks.
Yes, I think that we should always respect the will of the person in this case, because when it comes to other aspects, for example, if someone doesn't want their occupation to be reported, or I don't know, if there may be good reasons, for example, and there is also in European Union legislation, there is a possibility for a person to request that some data about them is not reported. But specifically in the case of sensitive data, this should be respected. I mean, I think in 100% of cases, if someone doesn't want their gender identity to be reported, so it should be no different. At the moment, it is different from, for example, sexual orientation. So if you look in the description of sexual orientation property in Wikidata, there is a big disclaimer: do not add sexual orientation unless the person has themselves specifically said that they have a certain sexual orientation. When it comes to gender, it has been treated historically in Wikidata in a totally different way, where everyone should have a gender, and this should not be up to the person, right? So instead, I think that it should be more like sexual orientation and ethnicity and other such properties. And yes, if there is a request to remove the data, it should be accepted. It should not be up to the community, because there are good reasons for this, right? So it's not like some people are unreasonable and they don't want basic facts about their life to be there. There are good reasons for this. So where a specific identity that is associated to someone can cause harm to the person or to the community, and so yes, I think this should be considered and if possible accepted by the community, this kind of request. So, and there should be a streamlined way to do so that is not like, for example, as I saw, I think recently, a request in mailing lists. There should be a channel that is specifically for this kind of request about sensitive data, and where someone can go there and say, please remove this data, I don't want it there. And yeah, that's what I think. Thank you.
All right. And this brings us to the end of this session. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. And thank you so much for sharing, Danielle, Martha, and all the participants. Yeah, so I still see more comments in the chat, but unfortunately we are just a minute past the time, and we'll have like a long break after this session. So hopefully we can get the opportunity to respond to them later. That was really wonderful. Thank you so much for being part of the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Just a gentle reminder that our next session, Ontology Issues in Wikidata, will start in approximately 10 minutes' time. See you all in a short while. Good evening or good day, everyone, wherever you may be in the world. Thank you for joining us once again for the WikidataCon session. The next session is going to be Ontology Issues in Wikidata, Everything in Neat and Tidy Boxes, Not Quite, by Lydia, who needs no further introduction. My name is Alan Ang, and it is my pleasure to facilitate this session and the next session with everyone. As usual, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hands after the talk. And if you are not comfortable or you prefer to type them up, please type into the chat and we will read out the questions to you later on for the presenter to answer. Meanwhile, maybe we can invite Lydia on stage to take the place, and I will hand over the mic to Lydia. Lydia, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Alan. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Very good. Then let me share my screen. There you go.
We can see your screen.
All right. Are you excited about ontology issues on Wikidata? Because that's what we're going to talk about now. Because right now, using Wikidata's data is not that easy. It requires quite a lot of knowledge and it requires quite a lot of effort. And that is at the point where it's potentially too much, especially for small reusers of our data who we certainly want to use our data to build cool applications and solve a problem they have. Now, as I said, this is harming the reuse of our data. Why is that? People are getting unexpected results in their queries that they don't expect, and that don't make sense in the way they wanted. There are inconsistencies between similar concepts that they are confused about. They're trying to infer new information and relations in the data that then again don't make sense when you connect the data that we have. And all of that, as I said, is especially bad for small and medium-sized reusers because they don't necessarily have the time and resources to invest in figuring this out. While at the same time, we want many more of those, right? So, but when people come to us and when we talk about it and say ontology issues, we actually mean a lot of different things, right? There's a wide variety of issues that people could be talking about and complaining about, but to give you some idea, we, for example, have a fairly messy upper level ontology, according to some people. We have inconsistent modeling between different areas of Wikidata or even within an area. We overgeneralize sometimes when assigning classes. We're ambiguous in our concepts. There's some structural bugs here and there, and so on, right? Just to give you an idea of what we're actually talking about when we talk about ontology issues on Wikidata. So to make sense of all of this was not easy. So with the help of my amazing colleague Daria, who was also here, hi Daria, we did a survey among reusers to get a better sense of what's actually keeping them from using Wikidata's data to build applications. Which of those issues are they encountering most often? Which of them are hindering them the most, are most painful for them? And the outcome of that survey is that the number one issue people report in terms of frequency and severity is conceptual ambiguity. So this is the case when what an item is about isn't necessarily clearly defined, or there's some overlap in concepts and so on. One example for that would be the item for a particular embassy, which covers both the building, the location of the embassy, as well as the slightly different concept of a diplomatic mission. So you would have statements about two different concepts in the same item, basically. And that then means you never really know which concept belongs to which of those different, slightly different concepts that are covered in this item. Now, why is that? And it seems a lot of these issues are introduced, for example, through the connection to Wikipedia site links, because Wikipedia articles tend to favor covering slightly different concepts in the same article, which makes a lot of sense on Wikipedia, right? But when we connected them to items, we imported some of that ambiguity. And additionally, what seems to play into this is that between languages, there isn't always a clear matching delineation of what a particular concept is. And then if people put it into a label and of an item, and someone reads it in one language that way, and in another language in another way, then you are in the perfect storm of conceptual ambiguity. Now, the tricky piece here is that doing the opposite, so cleaning all this up, might actually make things just really terrible as well, right? If we had to pull apart every single item much more than we do it today, that's also really not what we can do and want to do, I would say. It would also make our data harder to use. The second contender that came out of it is the problem of inconsistent modeling. So this is when similar data is modeled differently, either in two different domains where you would expect it to be kind of similar, or it is modeled differently within the same domain, but across different items. So let's say a movie is modeled one way for one movie and modeled a different way for another movie. No. Then we also have some runner-ups after those two top contenders, which is the complexity that we introduce with Wikidata, trying to handle more complexity in the real world, right? If the real world is complicated, which it is, then we try to be mindful of that and model that in Wikidata as well, which arguably makes our data a bit harder to reuse. Again, this is not to say that this is not what we want, right? We want to be mindful of the complexities in the world and model that faithfully where it makes sense. Another thing that reusers brought up were unclassified items. So items that do not have an instance of, subclass of, part of, and so on statement. Because that means often they don't show up in query results. And the third one is the messy upper level ontology. So now that we got a better understanding of what kind of issues are hindering people the most from using our data to build applications, we looked at some ideas for, okay, what could we do about this? How can we make it better? How can we help editors, for example, deal with those problems better? And the first one I want to mention is what we're working on right now, which is entity schemas and making them a lot more useful than they are. So entity schemas, if you're not familiar with them, are a way to describe how certain classes in Wikidata should be modeled. So you would, for example, have an entity schema for films, for example, that would give you a better understanding of how films should be modeled, and it would do this in a machine-readable way. This machine-readable definition of how a class should then be modeled opens up the door for a lot of possibilities in the future. So, for example, we could set up workflows to automatically check every item against the entity schema or entity schemas that are responsible for it, and then see which items do not match what we want them, the modeling we expect from them, so that we either can fix the item or the entity schema. But we can do even more with that. We can, for example, use these entity schemas as the base to build input forms. So this is what, for example, Magnus Manske's Cradle tool already does. You can give it an entity schema, and it will give you a nice new form with really detailed input fields. So you are modeling your new movie, for example, in exactly the way that the entity schema prescribes. Another option that came up is making constraints violations queryable. Right now, we have constraints violations on the statements. Some of them are very useful for indicating ontology issues. The problem is you basically right now have to look at every item and at each statement to see if it violates a constraint. That is not really nice. There's no good way right now for you to find all the constraints violations in an area you care about. If we make them queryable, that would be one way to make this a lot easier. Another thing that people brought up, which I think makes a lot of sense, is our wiki projects. Right now, they are very hidden to the point where the people who would probably need them the most don't get to them. So new contributors, casual contributors, don't find their way to them. They don't find them to be a place where they can find people who are interested in similar topics they are. And if they find them, then often our wiki projects aren't super inviting yet. There are some very notable exceptions, but to a large extent, they're not super easy to get into. And at the same time, they're kind of a very natural place for people to come together and discuss around certain topics, including how to model the data there. Then people talked about showcase items and documentation, how they're super useful to teach people how, for example, an artwork should be modeled in Wikidata. You just look at Mona Lisa and you get a sense of how it should be done, right? Same for documentation about things like what is instance of and subclass of? How do we use it on Wikidata? We have a beautiful detailed help page, but the people who probably need it the most aren't getting to it because they don't know that this is something they should be searching for. So if we make them a bit more discoverable and improve them, then maybe that would help people do the right thing more often. And then Danny already talked about this yesterday in the Wikifunctions talk, using automated lists on Wikipedia and the other Wikimedia project as a way to basically force more unified modeling on Wikidata, right? If Wikipedia builds an automated list based on data from Wikidata, and the data is not as expected, then that leads to a very good cycle of improving the data so that the list is right and as expected. So this would expose modeling problems more to people who really care about them and care about fixing them and can fix them. And today already Listeria is doing some of that, but unfortunately it doesn't have the huge impact that we hope it has on modeling consistency yet, because it isn't used in a lot of main namespace articles on the large Wikipedias. Then another thing that was brought up was that we could give statements like instance of, subclass of, part of, and so on, some special place in the UI, similar to how we treat external identifiers differently. And that would allow us to, for example, put more help notices next to it and give people a sense of, hey, this is special. If you're messing with these, it's different from you editing some of those other statements that are maybe less impactful. Yeah. And then we have kind of related, it seems very difficult for people, and that is understandable because we're showing them one item, one lexeme, not the whole picture around it. So they don't have a good sense and awareness that the edit they are making in this one item potentially has a large impact on the rest of the graph. So we're thinking about how can we show that to people in a better way? How can we give them a better sense of the impact of their edit on the bigger picture, on the bigger graph? We don't have the answer to that yet, but we will, for example, have a discussion about this at the data modeling days. So if you have ideas for that, please let me know. I would love to hear it. And then last but not least, we have mistakes that are fairly common, right? That people make again and again, and that we could just fix automatically by detecting a pattern and always changing that to something else. This is especially the case where there are two more or less equally good ways to model a certain fact, but for whatever reason, we've decided on way A. Every time someone models it as way B, we could just automatically transform the statement into the other statement. And today, the template autofix already does this in part, but I've been told it needs quite some improvement to really do the job that we needed to do. And if you want to dive deeper in all these issues and solutions that we've uncovered, you can find the full analysis and thinking behind this on Wikidata:/ontology issues prioritization. There's also a talk page where I'd love to hear more of your thoughts. And I would love to see many of you at the data modeling days in a month, where we will dive into a lot of the details of these issues as well. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Lydia. And now we can open up to the floor for questions. Lydia, as you were giving a presentation, the chat is very active, and there were a lot of reactions, comments, and ideas. Let me see. There aren't many questions per se, but I will just copy and paste some of the discussions that took place in the chat so that we can refer them later on. But I think there's one question put forth by a user here. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. It's Julian, right? Who would be responsible for creating and maintaining entity schemas? that would be a task for wiki projects, right? Lydia?
I'm responsible for the content of those entity schemas, not from the development team side, for example. And wiki projects seem like a natural fit to match them to, yes.
Thank you. And Melderick has put up a reaction saying, I always wonder how we users are finding our data models. Looking at each wiki project doesn't seem optional.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Tuka has a question here asking how our tools should advance to support better modeling. I feel they are still too focused on the individual items rather than the graph. For example, it shouldn't be a problem that site links of two articles are split onto separate items as long as they are adjacent items. Lydia, do you have any reaction to that?
Yes, so the particular site links topic, I hope to quite some extent we have improved that situation with allowing site links to redirect articles, but it doesn't solve, for example, all the data that has already been imported from those articles, right? And cover all the data in those articles, or all the concepts that are hidden in those articles. But in general, I think more and more people are making edits with tools around Wikidata, right? Mix and match, the Lexeme Forms tool, Cradle, and so on. And I think the Lexeme Form tool and Cradle are two really great examples for tools that give you specific forms, which basically don't let you make a modeling mistake, right? Because you're only asked for the data in the right way, in the right model, and it's stored in Wikidata in the way we want to model it. So I hope that we will see quite a few more of those tools to do the right thing in the first place. So specialized editing tools, but also on Wikidata itself. Once we have entity schemas, we could potentially do things like look at special new item and have it not just be a completely blank field to create a new item, but already ask people like, are you creating a new person? And let's give you some hints how to model a person, something like that.
Thank you, Lydia. There's a participant who has the hand raised, Tiago. Tiago, feel free to unmute yourself and ask the question.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, great talk, Lydia. I want to pick your brain on a particular questions that sometimes I see a clash between having multiple instance of values or having one instance of value, especially in the case you have instance of subclass, and then you have a huge list of subclasses of particular, and when you're querying these data sets, if you have this instance of P279 star, the queries usually time out, but then if you have multiple P31 values, it's easier. On the other hand, people are not so keen on having multiple P31 values. So I just want to pick your brain on this kind of multiple P31 values situation.
Yeah. I've also seen that. And I remember, for example, Berlin being categorized as a capital, a city with more than such and such many inhabitants and like a ton of stuff. And I was like, oh my God. I don't have a clear answer to how it should be, right? But I see the problem right now. And I think this actually sounds like something we could dig a bit deeper into during the data modeling days.
Thank you, Lydia. I don't see any hands, but let me bring us back to a couple of questions that is in the chat. Chris Baum asked, will there be a more integrated entity schema checker software, for example, as a button in the query service?
Potentially, yes. So far, I haven't pushed for integrating entity schemas more because they were honestly pretty terrible. We're making them better now, so that opens up the door to much more integration. I think there's still more work to be done to really expose it to everyone, but I think we can easily do more than we do right now once we've improved them.
Thank you. And Peter has a reaction about autofix and also a question about it as well. Peter asked, a big problem with autofix is that it is so limited. Are there plans to increase its expressivity? For example, there are so many autofixes, for instance, of tied to occupation, but it would be nicer to just autofix all occupations.
Yeah. So autofix is, I've been told, especially by Epidosis, but also by some others, not doing the job we needed to do. And understanding that, for example, the expressivity, as you're describing it, is one of the problems that it's missing, is good to know. I don't yet know what exactly we will do, because the tool or the bot that is taking care of these autofixes that are defined in the autofix template is run by someone who, as far as I understand, doesn't want the code of the bot to be publicly accessible and open source. So contributing to that is a bit tricky, which isn't to say that we need to find ways to make this better. And maybe the answer is writing a replacement, but we'll have to see.
Well, and then our friend Cabilo has reacted to Peter by sharing a fabricator ticket about autofixes.
Yes. Thank you, Camille.
Yeah, and Peter says also another question is that if schemas are to be useful, they should be checked before updates are published. Are there plans for this?
So that's a bit of a philosophical discussion. So far, that is not on the horizon. If that is what we all agree on is the thing to do, then we can definitely talk about this. But so far, basically everything we do is more with the mindset of, okay, people can make mistakes, but we find ways to more easily uncover those mistakes so that it's easier to find and fix them, instead of preventing them in the first place, with the idea behind it that the world is complex, and if we put barriers in place basically before the data even enters Wikidata, that might potentially actually be harmful. Now, is that always the case? Probably not. Is there nuance to be found and some areas where we should just not allow the edits? Maybe. Discussion to be had.
Thank you, Lydia. Meanwhile, let me pan into the conference room, the hall, to see if there were any hands raised. No raised hands. Let me just read out Susanna's reaction. Susanna comments that, I think the lack of bandwidth to negotiate the model for a domain is a challenge. Even creating a huge wiki project did not help sort out problems. In the end, I had to make the decision oneself.
Yeah, and this is definitely one of the major problems we have with wiki projects, right? That right now they are most of them are not very active. And my suspicion is that one of the big problems is that people just don't find them, are not even aware that something like a wiki project exists that could be interesting for them and that is related to the topic area they're editing in.
Thank you, Lydia. I think we have one last question from Chris Baum, participant. Let me read a question. Couldn't wiki projects be shown as part of the item UI if the relevant item's instance of is a subclass of an item with a maintained by wiki project? Question mark.
Yes. So that is one of the things that's on the table to experiment with. And we even have a fabricated task for that. Maybe someone can find it. Otherwise, I will find a link after this talk. That would definitely be one way to expose them more to the people who actually care about a particular topic. Yes.
Yeah, so Chris also mentioned that, do you have a list of relevant wiki projects shown directly when editing?
So right now we don't, but that could certainly be a very helpful step. I agree.
Even Joachim also said, great idea, Chris. Okay. Well, just to, I think we still have about less than 1 minute left, but just let me quickly read out Peter's reaction to your comment earlier on, Lydia. Peter said that fixing mistakes after they happen is problematic. For example, just fixing mistakes in new instances of ship takes me close to half an hour per week. It would be better to try to reduce errors at entry time.
I don't disagree that that is a bad situation. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. It's just something we have to weigh against each other and find ways to mitigate the problems you're experiencing, I would say.
All right. Thank you very much, Lydia. And thank you to everyone for the lively discussion in the chat room. So we will have a 15 minutes break now before we move into the next session entitled Wikidata and OBO Foundry Ontologies. What is the current state of integration by our speaker, Tiago. Thank you, everyone. So see you later in 15 minutes time.
Thank you very much, everyone. And let's continue the discussion at the data modeling. Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We are about 3 minutes to the next session. Welcome back. My name is Alan. And for those of you who know me, you can hear that I sound very different. I'd like to apologize for sounding a bit off during this Wikidata conference because I was down with COVID for the whole of last week. I was literally knocked down on the bed and only tested negative on Friday. So yeah, for those of you who think that COVID is no longer around, that's not true. I thought the same way as well until I was knocked out on Monday. So yep, and our next session is going to be titled Wikidata and OBO Foundry Ontologies. What is the current state of integration by our speaker, Tiago Lubiana. Let me give a quick introduction about Tiago. Tiago is a PhD candidate in the University of Sao Paulo studying the modeling of biomedical concepts on Wikidata with a focus on human cell atlas. So Tiago, we have still about 2 more minutes before we hit the time starts. So maybe you can make sure that the voice check, camera check, and the screen sharing, everything works while we wait for some of our friends to get their last cup of coffee or tea, then they can join us.
Yeah, that sounds great, Alan. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear
see
you
me?
well. Yes, we can
Let's
see
see
you.
if we can share the screen. Let me try. Here it goes.
Yes, we can see your beautiful presentation. Okay. Looks like everything works fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I think without much further ado, maybe you can start whenever you feel ready. Then the mic is all yours, Tiago.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. So thank you, and thank you everyone for joining. So this is it's a bit of a niche section with a particular context of what I do in my PhD. So I'm currently at the University of São Paulo studying how data organization in the Human Cell Atlas works. So I'm going to give a bit of the background of the Human Cell Atlas and try not to be too tacky on that side, but to explain what OBO Foundry is and how it relates to Wikidata in this biomedical context. All right. Okay, so the Human Cell Atlas is a big project, international project that is aiming at categorizing all different cell types in the human body. So everyone here has a body, and everyone here has over 30 trillion cells in our bodies, and these cells have different features. They do stuff, they interact with each other, they are present in different organs, they have multiple layers of organization. And these people in the Human Cell Atlas, now it's a consortium of over 1,000 researchers worldwide. These people are getting this data from donors, from biopsies. They are categorizing their cells. They are doing this advanced techniques to get the profile of each different cell, and they are grouping these cells into types and annotating those types. And all of this requires a lot of data integration. You have to annotate the data sets, and this is a huge data challenge behind that. I hope that's not too abstract. But for example, this is one platform that organizes these data sets. It's called the Cell by Gene platform. And they kind of organize the data generated by the Human Cell Atlas in a way. This is an example of a database that we use in research in daily practice. And this database has 1,000 data sets. And these 1,000 data sets describe 57 million unique cells. And these 57 million unique cells are categorized in 700 cell types. All right, so basically there are resources that are data intensive and that rely on annotating this data from the Human Cell Atlas. Here an example of the cell by gene platform and the type of annotation that they do. So you have data sets, and then here you have the annotation that this data sets comes from an abdomen. It's a type of tissue in the organization of the platform, the abdominal tissue. And this concept in their database is mapped to an identifier in an ontology, in a computer ontology. So it relies in organized efforts to structure knowledge, much like Wikidata. But these ontologies, they have some technical differences from Wikidata. They require logical consistency. They have fixed schema. So a bit in the continuation of Lydia's talk, so ontologies, they do have very strict ontological structures and requirements. But as I'm gonna talk in this presentation, they are a two-edged sword. They provide some benefits, but they also have some difficulties in this context, right? But in these ontologies, every concept has a label, like in Wikidata, and has an identifier, also like in Wikidata. And they also have relations to the other concepts, instance of, subclass of, part of relations. These are all part of ontologies. So this is an example of the cell by gene platform. It's one of the core platforms for the Human Cell Atlas. That's what I work, but also other big projects in the biomedical domain rely on these ontologies. And for example, the cell by gene platform uses the cell ontology to annotate cells, uses the Mondo disease ontology to annotate diseases, the NCBI organismal classification to annotate species. If they used Wikidata, they would just need one platform, but it's not really what they do at the moment because of many details about how Wikidata works and how the world works and how science works. Anyways, so they usually rely on ontologies that are part of the OBO Foundry consortium. It's a group of biomedical ontologies that share many principles behind it. So it's called the Open Biological and Biomedical Ontology Foundry. And these ontologies, these different knowledge graphs, in a sense, these different structures for organizing specific domains of knowledge, they are open, they have common file formats, they use identifiers, they have different versions that are available for use. So they share a set of standards, of principles that make them interoperable, make them useful in many ways. And these ontologies, they are used by the biomedical domain, by the people that are doing these big data projects, because they have a strict enforcement of logical consistency. They are very consistent in a way. They pass checks. They have reasoning running on them. Every single term has logical and lexical definitions. This is also very different from Wikidata. So for creating a single term in an ontology, you need to put axioms, put statements in that, and put a logical definition. It's not a description. It's something stronger in the philosophical sense. And they have this open system of contribution, much like Wikidata, but they do have some automated checks for consistency, and every item created in an ontology passes through human review, what makes it slower, but also in many ways a bit more reliable, at least for reusers. They have common file formats, and they directly talk with stakeholders that use the platform to create new entities, to create new relations. So they are well positioned in the whole ecosystem of biomedical knowledge. As I was saying, some things are not perfect. If you want to add a term into an ontology, you need to know how to use GitHub. You need to know branching, forking, pull requests. You need to understand the social details of that. You need to install a piece of software on your computer in Java that is supposed to be trivial, but not always trivial. You need approval by the community to create every item, and it's usually okay, but it makes you a bit scared to go there first. And it's monolingual. They are very used, very influential, but only in English. And well, I'm not a native English speaker, as many of you also are not. So you can see that this is not great for such a reference resource to the biomedical scientific domain. One example of how this things lags behind is that annotation, for example, people there getting data sets and trying to describe concepts about it, they use terms like distal fibroblast, peribronchial fibroblast, proximal fibroblast. But these terms are not captured in the cell ontology. That's one of the big ontologies in the OBO Foundry. These terms are on Wikidata, though, because I've put them there. And it's much easier, much quicker. But they are not on the cell ontology because that requires a bit more of a cycle, and it takes more than 5 minutes. I don't need to explain you what Wikidata is, but one thing that maybe not all of you are aware of is that it's very rich in biomedical information. There has been many different projects to integrate biomedical data sets, databases, writing bots, using quick statements, open refine, manual curation, all of the tech stack and Wikidata to get information there. Probably the larger of those was the GeneWeek project, and they published this very nice paper called Wikidata as a Knowledge Graph for the Life Sciences. So I recommend you reading it. And yeah, and the kind of the point of my work is explore how Wikidata can improve this status quo of how data is handled in the biomedical domain. Some differences between OBO Foundry as a collective of ontologies and Wikidata is that, well, both have labels for the concepts, both provide hierarchies to organize these ideas. The OBO Foundry ontologies require a definition. Wikidata only requires descriptions. But Wikidata can be added on the web. You can have batch editing by bots, by quick statements in many different ways, and it's multilingual. So these social technical differences bring up opportunities for both platforms to have a symbiotic interaction. So basically, my idea currently of how Wikidata fits in these domains is that the end users of biomedical knowledge, they are a bit scared of Wikidata, and they are not prone for novelties. They are a bit conservative in the way they do things. So as for the short term, they will rely on the OBO Foundry for these concepts, for these standards that they use for annotation and so on. But the OBO Foundry people, the people that are doing ontologies, they do see a lot of the value that it exists on Wikidata for this more hard science kind of stuff. So Wikidata with this fast curation, this multilingual support, these axioms that OBO Foundry cannot really represent because they are not super strict logically. And of course, all the links to Wikipedia, that is a resource that you don't need to even explain why that's important. With that, Wikidata has a good position to complement these ontologies and in a feedback loop for these ontologies to enhance the quality and the coverage of data on Wikidata. So that's the gist of the motivation of why I'm doing this. And I'm not alone on thinking that there is a need for that. So there are tickets open on GitHub of cell ontologies for Wikidata integration. In the OBO Foundry Slack group, there's a channel just for discussing Wikidata-related matters. And via this query here, you can see a list of people that have Wikimedia usernames and have contributed to this ontology. So there's some familiar names here for some of us. And we can see that there's at least a small but dedicated community to work on this topic, on this context. So how does Wikidata and these ontologies interact? I think the clearest connection between both are external IDs on Wikidata and the mappings that exist from these Wikidata terms to the OBO ontology IDs, to the cell ontology, to the monarch disease ontology, to the gene ontology. All these mappings provide clear paths to connect the knowledge from one to the other. And many of these ontologies have been imported into Wikidata. But this, of course, is contingent on licenses. And this whole licensing domain it makes it hard for having a deeper integration of the tag. Wikidata is very open. It's a CC0 resource, it's in public domain. These ontologies, some are in the public domain, some are not exactly. So it's legally hard to know which pieces of an ontology can be integrated into Wikidata and in which terms. But anyways, this is something that is being actively discussed. And we are also working on the round tripping of information to OBO. So on automatically pulling information from Wikidata back to these ontologies. So importing cross-references, supporting multilingual labels in the ontologies based on Wikidata. So all of that are works in progress. So a small detour on licensing that I've mentioned, that this is an important issue on this context of OBO ontologies in specific, but also in a general context of data integration into Wikidata. So in the biomedical domain, this legal confusion threatens to slow data science. This was a piece in Nature a couple of years ago. And because, well, licenses, open licenses, Creative Commons, they are great, but the most used licenses were not made for data. And when we talk about Wikidata, we are not really talking about hard data in a sense, the data that came out of an equipment. We are talking about mostly information and knowledge. So kind of derived pieces of data, which makes it even harder to derive legal frameworks to understand that and to be confident about what we can or cannot do. And one detail is that these OBO ontologies are themselves community efforts. And that makes it even harder because you have some ontologies that are 20 years old and the original contributors have already died. And, well, we may have to wait for 70 years until we can reuse that or not. So it's complicated. So here's a Wikidata query for the most used licenses on OBO Foundry ontologies. So a guy named Charlie Hoyt, he did a really nice job of putting the metadata about the ontologies on Wikidata. So Wikidata is currently one of the best, if not the best resource to get information about these OBO Foundry ontologies. So you can see that most of them use CC BY, which is not really compatible with Wikidata in a clear way, but many of those are CC0 licenses. So these 37 CC0 ontologies, they could be pulled in full into Wikidata. Of course, this requires checking if the ontologies are good enough, if they have a good matches on Wikidata, but at least legally, and for me, that's one of the biggest barriers in doing this kind of data pulling into Wikidata. Legally, they are on the clear. 136 are CC BY licensed, and it's not clear which parts can be reused. I mean, it's not clear if the labels are protected, if the description are protected, if the cross-references have some kind of intellectual property protection, if the hierarchy has some intellectual property protection. This is all, for me, it's a bit hazy. I've looked a lot for resources about that. If you're listening to me and you have some ideas, resources that discuss this licensing of knowledge graphs and ontologies, I am very interested in talking with you and learning more about this, because it is for me a very deep field. Anyways, from these ontologies, CC BY, CC0, other licenses, 21 of them already have dedicated properties on Wikidata that map their contents to Wikidata. So these are some of those: the cell line ontology, the protein ontology, the cell ontology, the symptom ontology, the vaccine ontology, and other ontologies. And if you go to this query, you can find the list of these OBO Foundry dedicated Wikidata properties. These Wikidata properties that link to OBO Foundry, these are a bit complicated in terms of their regularity. They were created by different people under different contexts. And on OBO Foundry, every term has a fixed structure. So it's http perl.obolibrary.org/obo/ entry for the ontology. So this is the standard. Every OBO ontology has this formatting for their terms. But if you get the formatter URL value for Wikidata, you get many different formatter URLs ways. So some of these identifiers are only the numeric part of them is present on Wikidata. Some of them include a prefix separated by an underscore, and some of them have the prefix and the numeric part separated by a column. And that's, I put this big red harmful, I should have put do not panic. It's harmful, but do not panic situation, because in this context, I cannot use formatter URLs to get the IRI of the term. So for those that are a bit more into the semantic web, this is a problem, right? Because I cannot write federated queries to these resources. So we need some work on that to kind of normalize. I have a bot task request to try and normalize some of those now, but this is also a work in progress. A nice thing that I got to know when I was preparing this talk is that Wikidata has two domains called WDTN and PSN. And these domains, they use a property called formatter URI for the RDF resource to generate the URI for RDF resource and enable federated queries for. So maybe if some of you are interested in that, this is an interesting thing that after 4 years doing Wikidata daily, I didn't know about this, and this is very useful, especially in the context of ontology integration. All right, so I said that many of these identifiers are on Wikidata, so a bit on how they are mapped. People go manually in the Wikidata interface and edit that. That is the bread and butter of how things go on Wikidata. But also mix and match is a very important tool for that. You can get crowd creation and other people to join in and help a data set. But a lot of the creation is also done automatically or semi-automatically with scripts and bots. So based on common cross-references with some heuristics and manual checking. So there's a huge toolkit of possibilities of how to do these mappings between Wikidata and ontologies. So a bit of the statistics. So how much of these ontologies are covered on Wikidata? So I got the number of statements for each of the properties, and I compare that with the number of the terms in each of the ontologies. So some of them have a very nice coverage. Some terms are obsoleted, some terms that don't fit Wikidata perfectly. So I would say that those with more than 94% of coverage are fully mapped to Wikidata. And then it gradually decreases, so some ontologies might not be fit for a full parsing on Wikidata. The protein ontology, for example, has terms for way too many proteins that, and maybe we don't want all of those on Wikidata. But maybe others we want. So this is just a metric of how far we are, and for sure there's much to be done on doing these mappings. Now, a bit on the other side of the coin. So the ontologies themselves, the files for the ontologies, have links to Wikipedia. So the curators of the ontologies that mostly have nothing to do with the Wikimedia ecosystem or Wikidata, they curate Wikipedia cross-references to these ontologies. For me, this kind of is a good indication that having these mappings is important, not only for Wikidata, but also valuable for the communities, right? Because if we have mappings to Wikidata, we can easily have these mappings to Wikipedia, and so we can have better explanation at the resource level of the ontologies. I've run this just for the ontologies that have also Wikidata properties. I'm still to run it for all the ontologies. I would bet that many ontologies have links to Wikipedia, but not Wikidata property. So this is also a next step on kind of this research. Now, I don't know how much time I have, if I am running off time already.
Yeah, you were about maybe 2 minutes before.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna go. Thanks, Alan. So I'm just gonna get an overlook on these specific examples. It's the cell ontology on Wikidata. So I've created the ID for cell ontology on Wikidata a while ago, of course, through the normal process of property proposal. And then in parallel, I've worked on creating cell types on the cell ontology, of course, always from other sources, from scientific papers, from the web. And because Wikidata is fast and I can do a lot if I follow the rules and get good references, Wikidata already has more cell types than the most used resource for cell types via this project. And for me, that in a way proves that Wikidata is a fast tool for organizing biomedical knowledge. And from that, I get some queries like, these are cells that have pages on Wikipedia, but are not cataloged on the cell ontology. So it's opportunities for the OBO Foundry ontologies to improve. There are modeling differences. So in the cell ontology, multinucleate cell and secession is the same thing. In Wikidata, it is not. So it's good for us to know that there are some differences and kind of evolve both platforms. Well, the wealth of resources on Wikidata can improve the OBO Foundry ontology. So the Wikipedia links, the multilingual labels, the images, the cross-references, these are all very useful pieces of information for biomedical scientists and can be used in this scientific domain. So basically, that's it. I think that summing everything up is that modern life sciences research relies on ontologies for concepts. Wikidata is a huge source of open biomedical knowledge, and it has connections to these professionally used ontologies. And by its socio-technical mechanisms, it can complement the current gold standards for biomedical integration. So I'm working on this. There are other people working on this sphere, and I am confident that Wikidata holds this promise of improving the biomedical research via that route. And with that, I finish. I acknowledge my group, that my PhD supervisor that is supporting this research, also the user group Wiki Movimento Brasil, of Wikimedia volunteers in Brazil, of course, the Wikidata community, the cell ontology community, and the São Paulo Research Foundation that pays my bills. So with that, I thank you all, and I'm happy to take any questions if anyone is interested. Thanks.
Thank you, Tiago, for your wonderful sharing session. We have some questions in the chat. Let me just go through them first. Well, Peter has made a first question early in your presentation. Peter asked, are any of my cells described in the cell cross gene? Yeah, there's a smiley face.
Well, if you haven't signed anything, I hope not, of your cells in particular, but the Human Cell Atlas, they are trying to get a good coverage of the human diversity, so that they are trying to get and reach cell types that would have similar cells in any of you. And this is, of course, a very hard task, because we are very diverse as humans. We have many different types of things. And well, this is actually a better question that you may think. I mean, it's not only a joke. Maybe we could talk about Peter cells or Lydia cells or Tiago cells. These are valid classes if we're like being super strict, but maybe they're not. Well, they're not relevant. They're notable enough for Wikidata. I mean, but this is a you can pull that direction for a long way. Yeah.
Great. So when you were sharing a bit about the licenses issue, Lydia put a side note saying that she loved the not exactly public domain code that you have put inside, and Lydia also shared a link to the Wiki Legal Database Rights page. So maybe you can take a look at it later if you have not seen it yet. And
yeah. Yeah, thank you, Lydia. I'll take a look. I don't remember if I seen that. If I seen it, it has been a while, so I'll definitely take a look. Thank you.
Yeah. So Peter has a question. Peter says that a technical problem with connecting Wikidata to OBO is that OBO is technical and Wikidata is not. That is, many classes in Wikidata are casual. For example, fruit has a QID of 3314483. How can technical classes be integrated into an ontology with many casual classes? That's the first question. Will there be two copies of the classes, one casual and one technical? For example, fruit with Q3314483 and fruit with Q1364.
Yeah, that is a great question. So I would play a bit with your words and say that a technical problem with the ontologies is that the ontologies are technical and scientists are not. So if you take scientific research and texts, it's very common that the scientists don't use super strict terms. Of course, like you have fruits and in a technical or casual sense, but when you talk about cells, for example, everything is casual. So there's no, the ontologies are kind of trying to formalize that, but they are still a bit dissonant with the scientific role that still relies on more fuzzy Wikidata-like concepts. So it is an open challenge how the OBO Foundry can fit Wikidata, but also it's a challenge of how OBO Foundry can fit the evolving domain of biomedical communication. And I think that having two copies of the classes and with two mappings to the, maybe the mappings won't be one-to-one. Maybe we'll have multiple mappings in the OBO Foundry to a Wikidata context or to a Wikidata item and vice versa. I don't know, but I think that the only way we can trim down these challenges is by mapping it and seeing good examples. Then we can understand how hard it is. With the good benefit that we understand a bit more how to connect these technical ontologies to the wider diversity of human knowledge. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's how far I could get.
Thank you, Tiago. Lydia has a question. She asks, is there something Wikidata should learn or steal from OBO Foundry?
Well, Simon says steal their data. That this is something that I'm actively working in. Of course, not stealing, but connecting the data into Wikidata. Yes, but in terms of organization and organizational structure, I think they have a good presence in the biomedical domain, so they have a good connection with the stakeholders that use their data. In Wikidata, I think that people that use Wikidata eventually kind of join the community. So I'm not sure if that is I don't know, but I'm sure that there is something to learn. People they are very different in terms of the way that they work, and I will think about that. I had one answer in my head right now that that just slipped, but I will think about that in detail and share with you, Lydia, if I realize some opportunity for growth in there.
Thank you, Tiago. Let me just read out very quickly what Peter has said so you can have a last reaction before we take a break next session. Peter mentioned that the biomedical ontologies took a lot of money to develop, and that is something to learn. The biomedical ontologies required a lot of inferential support. The initial versions had a lot of infelicities. It required a lot of effort to build tools and to partly support building consistent ontologies. Building the biomedical ontologies require a lot of money, and that's something that can be learned.
Yeah, there's a good point, Peter. So I've seen many opportunities for funding for these ontologies. It's not as simple as one would hope, but I would say that there are more institutions that have a foot in ontologies than they have like residents, Wikidatians, and people that are hired and paid to do this kind of organization. Yeah, I don't know. I would like that people took more seriously Wikidata inside this kind of big science domain and realized that not everything is so clear that you have reasoning and that's it. So yeah, but I think it's a larger problem than that's just what Wikidata can do as a community.
Okay, one last final question that we really have to give.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yu Chen has asked, hi Tiago, it seems that handling numerous batch databases is your task. What would take place if you use Wikibase to modify or operate your data sets? Very quickly, Tiago, thank you.
Yeah, Wikibase is a great project. I'd love it to be more used. I think there are opportunities to connect that. I don't think that people that are doing ontologies, they want to use Wikibase at this point. They have their tech stack there. But I think it's a good middleman for some of these integrations. Yeah, and with the updates in Wikibase, the support for better Wikidata integration, I think it's a good avenue for work in that direction.
Great, thank you. And I've just put a link to cwikibase.cloud if you want to just try and play around with Wikibase.
Perfect.
So thank you, Tiago, and thank you everyone for your wonderful patience and your active participation as well. Thank you, Tiago, for your wonderful sharing session. And we will take about another 10 to 12 minutes break before the next session comes on. The next session title is Walkthrough of Ways to Drastically Reduce the Size of Wikidata, both as media wiki pages and as query service data. So thank you, everyone, and see you. Thank you, Tiago.
Thank you all. It was great. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. The next session will be beginning in a couple of minutes, so please get your tea or make sure you go to the bathroom, and Mihir will be here shortly. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Day 2.5 Part D Session 1. Mihir Marshed is here to speak with us on the succinctly titled topic, Walkthrough of Ways to Drastically Reduce the Size of Wikidata, both as media wiki pages and as query service data. Mihir, if you're ready, we can begin.
Sure, thank you. I'm surprised that you found that title to be succinct, because that is not the title I put into pre-talks. The title that I put into pre-talks, which I will share shortly, is this one: Making Wikidata Smaller Without Reducing Information. That is 6 words as opposed to the, 20 or 30 that you've read? Anyway, that's beside the point. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to talk about this. I sincerely hope that this is maintained as a calm discussion on my part. Although I do have a lot of opinions on this topic, I do think that this is something that is not discussed very frequently, or at least those who do discuss it tend to be very smug and, or at least my opinion is that they tend to be very, smug and like very happy about this fact, and about the fact that Wikidata is getting very large, and they don't really see any benefits to making it leaner. I mean, there's a difference between X amounts of fat and X amounts of muscle. There's a point at which getting a certain amount of weight leads to high blood pressure and diabetes. And in this case, the high blood pressure consists of query service lag, because whenever you query something, whenever you make an update to Wikidata, it takes longer and longer for that update to get reflected. And at the same time, there's the diabetic issue, which is to say that you add this information in the form of data in multiple places, but the fact that this information can't be synchronized very easily means that you can't really process changes if they occur, or at least whenever there's a slight change that you have to make to a description, there's someone out there who has to make like 2 million edits to change it in a particular language. And then again, there's also redundancy, which is related to synchronization, because when you have the same fact represented many, many times, there's just a much larger database size than is ultimately warranted. Anyway, we can talk about stroopwafel later. Maybe I should have added that as an example. Maybe we'll look at it afterwards. So before we go into detail about the solutions that I propose, or will bring up at least, we should talk about the 2 ways to measure the size of Wikidata, because they are different in a particular way. First of all, there is the number of triples. Everything in Wikidata is represented as a series of triples, and this number is of relevance to the query service. If you've ever seen discussion of the failure of the query service due to the size of Wikidata, it's because of this number. there's at the same time the issue of the size of Wikidata's dump. Every day, every so often, Wikidata's entire database in the internal format that it uses is saved into a giant zip or gzip or bzip file, which takes maybe an hour to download or half an hour if you're privileged enough to have an internet connection of that caliber. And that's of relevance more to those who don't use the query service but would like to operate with the data directly. What's the difference between these measurements? I think the one that probably affects, or the simplest way to put it is that, first of all, let's say you have a reference or some quantity or some time else somewhere in Wikidata, and you add that exact reference or that exact quantity or that exact time somewhere else in Wikidata. In general, if it already exists, then it's not repeated, or at least there is a reference, a link is made to that exact number. So if the number 345 appears anywhere in Wikidata, anywhere else you put the number 345 will point to the same triple in RDF. Similarly, if you add a reference to the English Wikipedia or just English Wikipedia, then it gets linked with all the other references on all the other statements on all the other items that point to the English Wikipedia. So, some of these solutions will adjust one of these numbers more than the other, but in any case, they're both important. There's the idea of upper body strength and there's strength in the legs, and you want to try to improve both of those as a healthy individual. And for this, we'll split the ideas into 4 parts. First of all, there's things that I believe can be done now and should be done now, and likely doesn't require too much consensus in terms of how much they're actively used in other places. So the first of these is it's pretty simple. If you have a reference on a statement to a Wikimedia project, and that statement also has a reference to some third party that can account for all the information in the statement, then just remove the reference to the Wikipedia project. A good example that I will bring up is the item for George Lopez. We see that he is 62 years old now. We see that it exists, that it is stated in the online EB, and that it's imported from English Wikipedia. My belief is that unless we really believe that EB imported this statement from English Wikipedia, which I don't think is a warranted assumption, we should be able to delete this, and so I will do that. So I did that. Fight me if you have a problem with that. Anyway, we do need to substitute references to Wikipedia anyways. There's about 80 million of them, and we can talk about the reasonableness. We can talk about whether it is the most reasonable thing. And yeah, I'm not suggesting dereferencing statements that only have Wikipedia references, but those that also have references to third-party sources should use those. Speaking of third-party sources, one thing that I've seen a lot in a lot of items is that they tend to have a described by source statement, but the value of that statement, when that value is like an encyclopedia article or a scientific article, more on scientific articles later, and that has main subject, the item in question, that tends to be a bit redundant. And the example that I will bring up is the item for the inventor of the sandwich, where basically we have described by source the DNB from 1900, and we have the statement as subject of, and it's inferred from this. So basically, we literally have the same information here, where we have this article in the DNB whose main subject is the 4th Earl of Sandwich. That tends to be somewhat redundant. And an alternative here, actually, and ideally what you should be doing, and that also addresses the first thing I stated, is to use those values, like very actively, as references on the item to substantiate the fact that this article of some sort describes the item in question. So can we do that? Let's take a look. Look at the item for the 4th Earl of Sandwich. The birth date tends to be pretty well referenced. Maybe the father and Edward Montagu stated in. Yeah, these I don't know. They tend to be very vague, and I think Genealogics already has an ID for this. Genealogics. Yes. So what I will do is I will instead change this reference to this, because it does say, and I will go back to this article and point to it, was the eldest son of Edward Richard Montagu, Viscount Hinchinbroke. And just to be clear that this is the same person, Died 1722. Yes. So nothing is lost. No information is lost. In fact, I'd say this is improved because rather than pointing vaguely to some genealogical site without a direct link, we are pointing to a direct source that someone can look at on Wikisource and or wherever, and resolve the source of the information very clearly. So these are two things that I would suggest you do now, because I don't think it's terribly harmful to do so. The second set of things of solutions I'll suggest are things that could be done now, as in there's nothing technically preventing us from doing them, but there's some consensus that would likely be required, and so I don't think that's good to do them until we actually get that consensus. The first of these is and I'll describe this a bit more clearly, but basically, and actually I might as well just go to the item just to make it clear. So here's a statement for a given name of a character from The Simpsons. We see that it is stated in Wiki Simpsons, and that the Wiki Simpsons ID is this, and it has a retrieval date. Now, if we go to the not the item for Wiki Simpsons, but if we go to the identifier for Wiki Simpsons, we will see that this has a statement applicable stated in value for Wiki Simpsons. And in general, a lot of identifiers, if not all of them, have this property on it, which means that in principle, unless the identifier itself can possibly describe sources from very different references, this stated in claim is redundant when we have the identifier here. And we could delete this, and as long as we delete it from all such similar references, then we have then we save some triples in the triple store. And I should emphasize that we're not talking about removing all stated in claims. It is possible that someone will interpret this to mean, oh, why are we removing P248? I wholeheartedly support keeping something like this if there's only a URL available, or if you have to point to a page, in a book. I'm not talking about removing P248 items for books. I'm just talking about cases where we have an identifier, and that an identifier with a value implies that the item is described at that value, or that the reference is taken from that value, so to speak. The second thing I would like to suggest is that there are a number of properties which are very clearly just inverses of other properties, and that are used very frequently and typically they occur in situations where one item has a lot of different values for that same property, where in one direction, whereas for the corresponding inverse, there's only one value that points up the tree, essentially. By which I mean, if you look at an item for this German mathematician, we see that there are a lot of doctoral students named here. This is not the inverse statement script that I think that Pascal wrote. These are straight up statements which come from the MGP. I believe the MGP is a reliable source in this regard, so I don't suggest dereferencing that. But it also clearly has information about the doctoral advisors, which in some sense is a possibly more pragmatically useful direction to keep, in the sense that you can imagine that if someone is much more impactful to the students that they have, there are going to be 200, maybe 200, 300 different values for this, especially for students. Maybe not doctoral students, but student will likely have a lot of values for it. And I'm pretty sure student has a number of potential inverses which can distinguish the relationship between the teacher and the student in that relationship. So those should be preferred, I would say. There are a number of others that I could possibly name off, including contains administrative territorial entity, and a number of others that I could probably find out if I look through the list of properties with inverses on them. And the third thing that I would suggest is that there are a number of properties that can typically be inferred from other information on Wikidata. And this is where that latter half of the title of this presentation, without reducing information, comes into play. Because this information isn't lost; it can be inferred. That doesn't mean it's not there, so to speak. So let's just open this link, and I'm going to time it, see how long it takes. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I had this cached already. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this in a private tab. 1, 2, 3, 4. I swear I don't know why. Or maybe I'll open this at a later date. But usually it takes forever to open an item for something like for a painter such as Rubens. And if we go to okay, now it's definitely cutting out. You see, I'm running into browser problems here. We're just trying to open the item, and you'll see that there are a lot of places where Rubens's work is displayed and stored in collections in the event that it's not displayed. But at the same time, Rubens is a very prolific, artist, and so a lot of his works are going to have items already, and those items will necessarily be linked via I forget the specific name of the property. Maybe we'll find out from oh god, here we go. Christ giving the keys to St. Peter. If we go to the item for Christ giving the keys to St. Peter, we will see that it has collection, Gemäldegalerie gallery. So it's sort of redundant to have that. It's not that difficult of a set of triples to add. You have something like in the event that we have an item, we want to find all the works by Rubens or the collections in which Rubens has a work. We can just say, okay, work creator Rubens, location or collection Gemäldegalerie gallery. Collection, that's the property I was looking for. And just as I was stating with Wikipedia references, I know there's a lot of commotion in the chat. Just as we're talking about Wikipedia references, I don't necessarily endorse removing this property if it turns out that a work which is in that collection doesn't exist on Wikidata. If it turned out that no work of Rubens's which is in the Gemäldegalerie gallery had an item, then removing the statement would actually remove information, which is not something that I'm endorsing here. I want to make that clear. And this is a Dutch. This is, I understand, a Dutch artist. I don't care if you're Dutch, Danish, Daniel. I mean, I'm not suggesting reducing information, and I don't think that this is reducing information. This is an opinion that I hold here in this respect. So we've talked about things that are technically possible now, but we can move on to things that can't be done now, or at least meaningfully, because they require improvements to sites that are not Wikidata, essentially. First of all, or actually some of these do involve improvements to Wikidata, but not that significant. So I guess here, this might count as a non-Wikidata improvement, because if we decide to make certain labels generatable, or things that are duplicated, find a way to duplicate them in a smart fashion on the fly, then moving things to the MUL language code is important. And I understand that there's work going on with this, that some of us who have pushed for this are sometimes inconsistently communicated to about this, but it is slowly happening. We can even find out how much work is going on here. It does look like there is a lot. I don't think there is so there's a number of tasks that are left, but I'm hoping that those are resolved soon. Another thing that we can potentially do, and for which being able to read Yuri Astrakhan's source code for this would be useful, is to take a lot of the time series information that we have, things like population, GDP, ELO ratings, GitHub version history, move that information to Commons somehow, because we have a data namespace, and I think this might have been dated to when that data namespace was introduced. Being able to introduce some kind of service like this, which can extract information and and it would be basically a kind of federation with a specific focus on data that can be arranged into rows and columns much more readily. But that would still require modifications to maybe another extension to Commons. And we all know how SDC is going, so that may not happen too soon. At the same time, there is a proposal, something that I really, really want, is to move scientific articles to a separate database. Again, bite me if you don't like that idea. And it was proposed by someone, the idea of calling it shared citations, essentially, which, I mean, it would be a nice place to put these things. And I will concede only that it's possibly a misnomer, because, of the 35 million scientific articles that have items, only about 300,000, if I'm not mistaken, are actually used as citations, non-trivially. So there is a proposal for this, and I hope that at some point it does happen, because that is a very massive reduction, and will give us 4 years of breathing room if I remember reading the failure playbook properly. The same may be said for astronomical data. That is a question for Andre, I guess, whether this is a good thing. I guess it would be, but the impact would not necessarily be as great as moving scientific articles to somewhere else. This last part, which is very much just wishful thinking, I do not have any plans to push these anytime soon, is to make some improvements, or maybe I misorganized these slides right before this. They may require improvements to wikidata.org. First of all, again, there's, just as we mentioned, removing duplicate labels. There are also a lot of descriptions that exist, maybe about 1.5 billion, maybe even more, that can be automatically generated from statements on the item itself, whether it's based on things like instance of, or in the case of a scientific article, using something like the fact that it's a scientific article and the publication date, using those because you get to see things like scientific article published on 29 October 2023, and those get updated very frequently. And another thing that actually I sometimes think about with respect to the information on a particular item page, like when you do something like look at the entity data. So this is the internal representation of a Wikidata item for my grandfather. And if we look at where would be the references here, we search for, so every reference, whenever you put it into this would not be the reference I'm looking for, this one. If we look at an item, the part of a reference, this little hash here, that's a string that represents the content in that reference. And if we search here, maybe not, which one was it? I forget which hash it was, but once I find the hash, is it this one? You'll see that this appears 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And so for each of these 6 occurrences of this reference, there's all this other information that appears within the reference. And that just ends up being, duplication, especially since we know that the information in this reference is going to be the same wherever it occurs. And because we want the output from this entity data endpoint to contain all the information in the item, the question becomes, okay, why not compress this reference information and put it in another part of this JSON output, essentially, so that essentially we only maintain the same one source of information for all of this stuff. Of course, we should still, consider that a reference which is different should have a different hash, and if that can be maintained, this is something that could be done. And this last part, which I've mentioned, I guess, in some discussions some years back regarding potential replacements to the query service. We have 2 properties, like contains administrative territorial entity and located in the administrative territorial entity. But the question becomes, why are we maintaining 2 separate, entities here? Why are we maintaining P131 and why are we maintaining P150 when we're treating them as inverses? And in principle, these should be usable in many of the same places, or in many of the same circumstances with the same values and possibly the same qualifiers. So the idea would be that, at least doing this would obviate the need for having one of these properties, and just having the other one is sufficient. That doesn't mean the information has to be absent on these items. Like Illinois is in the United States. Illinois located in administrative territorial entity United States. It would be sort of similar to sort of manifesting the and maybe that information can be stored not just as P131, but as inverse of P150, not as P150, but as inverse of P131. This is a sort of a nitpicky thing as far as how queries could be written to, take advantage of inverses and how those inverses might be stored on an item. So I've talked a lot about ways to make Wikidata smaller, and I contend that none of these reduce the information that exists on Wikidata. But if you have questions about any of these things, I'm happy to address them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mihir. Yeah, great talk. I see Asaf has had his hand up for quite some minutes. So Asaf, if you'd like to ask your question. We lost your audio, Asaf. Okay, no worries. Oh, sure, we'll move on to them. Is there anyone else that has a question to ask me here? We had some in the chat, but I'm not sure if they got answered in the course of the chat conversation.
That's a good question. Should I look at the chat?
I took some notes. So early on, Mike asked, do the imported from statements actually provide use, or could they just be deleted in bulk?
That's a good question, which I'd like to answer in an observatory, but cannot do so right now. Anyway, that's an interesting question, because sometimes the statements themselves are useful when imported, but they can't. There's a lack of benefit to those statements when they just stay there without being sourced elsewhere. It sort of contributes to the notion of cytogenesis, if you're familiar with XKCD, the idea that something on Wikidata gets imported into on Wikipedia gets imported into Wikidata. Someone who passes by something like Siri or the Google Knowledge Graph that uses Wikidata will find that fact. That fact will get propagated in different places. So avoiding that is important, and one way to avoid that is to as soon as possible try to source things from elsewhere as much as possible. I do think removing the importing statements is just a nice way to remove cruft when there's no it's just a way to remove cruft when there's other third-party references that are on the item.
Great, thank you. I think Lydia has a question to ask.
Yes, thank you so much, Mahir, for putting all the work into this. This is super helpful. I wanted to provide some background on the redundant information in terms of inverse statements that you had. That is actually becoming more pressing, I would say, because not just so. The underlying issue why we have so much redundant statements is, among other things, because Wikipedia info boxes need them, right? Because we don't offer a way to get to them otherwise easily in Lua. And solving this issue is becoming more pressing because not just do we need it for Lua, but we also will need it for abstract Wikipedia. So a way to get a simple inverse statement. Abstract Wikipedia and Wiki functions. Yeah, just wanted to add that as context.
Okay, sounds good. There was something that I'm pretty sure I made. Oh, I just outed myself. I'm sorry. Let's see, special. There was something I made which talked about this actually with respect to accessibility from Lua. It was in a previous wish list survey. Here we go. Where the idea is to introduce some, there are a few relevant tasks here. Client equivalent of has WV statements appearing, I guess, for Lua. Inverse statements duplicate work, data maybe out of sync. This is a sort of a general thing. And then this is a more, I guess, this is another way of doing this, of addressing the same thing with a bit of extra work. Yes. Those things should be addressed, I think. And I'm surprised I didn't put a link to that proposal in the slides, but it's there. There are tasks.
Annie from chat asks if there'll be a link to your slide deck.
Yeah, I can add a link someplace. That will happen soon. This is just a web page. I will find a place to host it, and I'll probably add some revisions to account for things that I've stated but are not in the slides. Yes, I will add such a link.
Great, thank you. We also had a question from Mike earlier in the chat asking which languages does MOL apply to, if it's all of them or a subset of them, such as Latin or Arabic?
That is an interesting question. From what I understand, and this is something that I know some people will have indicated to me that there may be a problem with it, is that because, if we go to the list of languages that can be used for labels, descriptions, and aliases, and we sort this, we see that how far do we have to scroll up to get to Latin scripts? We see that about 2/3 of this page consists of language codes which are written in the Latin script. So in terms of the maximal benefit that we can get from this, we would be applying to Latin script codes. There are some items, some classes of items where people have copied a label both to Latin and non-Latin scripts. Those would also be subsumable into MOL. I think I don't remember what the rationale was for declining something like MOL Latin or MOL Cyrillic or MOL, traditional Chinese, whatever. But maybe it'll be in this task, T285156. If you want to go through that rigmarole of a conversation, you're welcome to find out the rationale for declining MOL Cyrillic and MOL Arabic and so on.
Excellent, thank you. I don't have any more questions written down. Is there anyone else in the audience that has something to ask? If not, then I will once again thank Mihir, and we will have a short break for 15 minutes before we'll start the next session, which will be on building knowledge graphs for underrepresented communities with Elwin. So, thank you, Mihir.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
You're a bit quiet, Nicola. I don't know.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for staying so long and to attend this, the final session for today, and indeed WikidataCon 23. Elwyn will be closing us out with their talk on building knowledge graphs for underrepresented communities. And then after that, please don't go anywhere because Leah will be coming back for the closing session and she'll share some events and updates about what's happening in the Wikidata world. So without further ado, Elwyn, if you're ready, over to you.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well. Okay. Now you should see my screen. That's okay. Can you see my screen? Someone can confirm.
I can't. It's black for me, I'm afraid.
All right. I can try it again. All right. Now?
Yep, it's there.
Perfect. Thank you. Yep. My name is Elwyn Woman, and today I will present building knowledge graphs for underrepresented communities. And thank you for accepting my talk. So without any further detail, I will start. And the outlook of my presentation is basically focused on 4 points. Can you see the second slide, or is it still stopped in the first one? Okay, something is happening. All right, I think, yeah, it's kind of a strange. All right, I hope it's working. Yep, so I will be talking about 4 main points, which are the why underrepresented communities and why also knowledge graphs, what are those things, and how to build these knowledge graphs from a Quechua language perspective, and also what we have achieved so far, and what are the use cases where we can apply these knowledge graphs if we build one for an underrepresented community. And then why, for example, underrepresented communities? In this case, I come from South America, and one of the languages that has been basically minoritized or marginalized has been is the Quechua community, because we basically don't have we don't feel part of the digital era. We were and somehow don't have enough help or support from the government or from institutions to be connected and to save our language or knowledge. So therefore, we don't basically write in Quechua. We don't speak. We only speak Spanish in the formal spaces. So it's important, from my perspective, that the language has to be preserved before it's not saved somewhere. So before it disappears, because unfortunately, in my generation, my parents and my grandparents, we didn't learn how to write in Quechua, and my nephew and the younger generation, they are not learning either. So it's really hard to say that it is not something to be worn. Okay, then the Quechua community has been, it's mainly established in South America, and there are around 10 million of speakers in South America, and it comprises several Quechua variants and dialects. So this is not only one specific Quechua language, it's a Quechua family language composed by more than 20 dialects and variants. So maybe the challenge here is to preserve these communities and the languages, because the well-established languages like Spanish and Portuguese are basically cornering the minoritized languages and communities. So Quechua is not an official language in none of the countries in South America, and nor the other languages. So we year by year become smaller, and we don't feel like we are represented, or we are saving our knowledge, or we are somehow building up something where our next generations can support our language. So one of the things is that that we are facing is that we are finding this common error that happens on internet, is this 404 content not found, because it's happening to our community, because when our younger generations of Quechua speakers in our communities are trying to find or search something in Quechua language on internet, the message that they get is the content in your language might have been moved, deleted, or possibly never exist. So this is a major challenge that we have to face as a community, at least the Quechua case, but I think it's happening also with other underrepresented communities. So we shouldn't allow this to happen to any language in the world. So that's why it's important to save the language and also save the knowledge of those communities. But how are we currently saving knowledge? How are we, are big companies or communities or well-established communities languages and are preserving the language? They are using knowledge graphs. And one of the common ways to see a result of a knowledge graph is when we search something on one of the search engines, and we can observe in the right side a small info box or knowledge panel. So this information comes from several sources, from Wikipedia and from other knowledge bases. And those knowledge bases are also knowledge graphs. For example, the Google Knowledge Graph, the Amazon Product Knowledge Graph, and so on. And there are many ways to describe this knowledge. And this is one of examples, but also knowledge graphs has been used on virtual intelligent agents like chatbots, personal assistants, and so on, and also are planning to be used on physical intelligent agents like autonomous cars and so on. So it's important to have this knowledge structure, so not only humans can understand it, but also machines in that way. But how it's composed knowledge graphs? We are in the Wikidata conference, so all of you tried already Wikidata, but just to recap some small concept where of the basis of knowledge graphs is that it's composed by simple statements or triples, where every statement, sentence can be converted or transformed into these simple statements, which, for example, we have the University of Puno is located in the city of Puno in Peru. This is a simple statement that we can convert into a triple, where the subject is the university, the predicate is located in, and the object is the city of Puno. And then using some standards formats and ontologies vocabularies, we can transform this into an RDF triple, or in a triple that can build, can show us a knowledge graph. And this knowledge graph, as I mentioned before, it has been used by several companies, and it's basically one of the tools that are using for storing knowledge. And it's important to use this technology and this knowledge to save or to help this underrepresented community. So if we save this knowledge in this way, probably we are advancing a little bit, and then we can build some applications on top of it. Then how can we build knowledge graphs? And this part I will talk from a Quechua language perspective, because we build the knowledge graph and we are following several steps or methodology. But since we are into a wiki-based ecosystem, so I want to just mention the first thing that the first tool or technology that we are using is the Wikibase. And thanks to the wikibase.cloud community, and we are basically able to store data as items, lexemes, and properties. And we can find several examples how not only in language but in also storing factual knowledge has been used wikibase.cloud. So we have in our archives and collections, we have in library catalogs, language data, and eventually all the information in the world has also been saved in Wikidata. So these major examples can be seen as a way how they are storing the knowledge and how they are using, and also as a step to for example, power technology like after Wikipedia or Wikifunctions. So I think going in this path give us an idea why we should build, for example, a knowledge graph, and also why we do it based on a wiki-based ecosystem. And to start building a knowledge graph, basically, we could explore first what kind of knowledge and how they are doing it. And wikibase.cloud/discovery, there's a new feature launched by the wikibase.cloud, and you can see all the Wikibase instances and what kind of knowledge are they storing. So basically from lexical data to data about archives, catalogs, and so on. So every time that you see a Wikibase instance, you will observe or learn new features that they are applying to their Wikibases. So you can somehow learn about this process and then apply also to your own Wikibase. So the process of building the knowledge graph is basically taking 4 major steps. One is the creation, where we basically find the sources, and then the hosting. In this case is Wikibase, the curation for validating the data, and the deployment, which is how we use knowledge base. For creating our knowledge base, basically, what we did was identifying sources like dictionaries, vocabularies, data sets, and so on. And then we were deciding on a modeling of data. Depending on the kind of data that we are collecting, we decided on a specific modeling. For example, when we find a vocabulary of a dictionary, for example, where we have kind of a verbs, substantives, and a complete dictionary of Quechua language, we started to model the data. So what kind of properties or what kind of data we need to store or we want to store. And then for that, for example, inside to Wikibase or the Wikidata, they are using lexemes to store this kind of data. So we analyze the properties that they are using, what kind of data do we need, or do we need to filter in order to basically ingest this data into the Wikibase. So basically, we pre-process the data based on the specific model that we are deciding. Then also we want to create a community where the data can be validated. So basically, we select some dictionaries, and then we analyze the data, we pre-process the data, and then we agree on the community to basically to ingest the data in the Wikibase or not. And then, of course, we are taking ethical considerations like copyrights, where the data can be used or not. We always ask to the sources, the owners of the sources, if the data can be used, if the dictionaries or the vocabularies can be used, or how we can cite them. So this is also important when we start collecting data sets for ingesting into the Wikibase. Yes, and then we pass into the hosting. So this is easy to do because we rely on wikibase.cloud, which provides an infrastructure for having a Wikibase instance. So for that, we just need to register, and you have an account, and with this account, you can create a Wikibase instance. So it was 2 weeks ago where they decided to open a beta version of wikibase.cloud. So anyone nowadays can create an account and can start trying it out and explore how to create a Wikibase instance, basically. And it's easy for underrepresented communities to create an account and then start to build in this knowledge graphs into wikibase.cloud. Then for the curation part, we have several tools that are supporting or can support the maintenance of the data. We have, for example, OpenRefine, so we can reconcile the data that we have in our Wikibase instance. Also, it would help us to reconcile the data that we have in our Wikibase with another knowledge bases like Wikidata. So we don't in order to enrich them. Then we have other tools, for example, Wikibase import for importing the data from Wikidata into Quechua base in this case. So we don't start from scratch when we think that there is important data that we need to import from Wikidata to our own Wikibase. We do that with Wikibase import, and also we create entity schemas.
Hey, Elwin, we
Yes.
lost the slides.
Sorry?
The slides have disappeared. Oh, no, now it's back. Okay, now it's come back to me.
Thank you. Yeah, if somebody happy with the slides, please let me know, because I would like to fix it. Sorry. Yeah. So so we also create entity schemas for storing constraints, so the data that we are ingesting into our Wikibase can be validated. So for some users, it's easy to ingest the data based on a form rather than for example, a complex system or in a CSV file. So if they see a form, they just fill in the boxes. So this is easy for some users. Then for the deployment part, we Wikibase.cloud provides an enhanced GUI, graphical user interface. So this is many users also feel familiar with Wikipedia, Wikidata, and so on. So they feel comfortable to using it based on this user interface. For more advanced users, we also provide them with some Sparkle examples in our Wikibase.cloud instance, so they can appear in the Sparkle endpoint that we are providing, and as a list of examples. So they don't have to write a Sparkle query from scratch. They can just use an example, and then they can just change some QIDs and start to query the data. And also, the Sparkle endpoint of Wikibase provides some ways to exporting the data, so it's also part of it. So it's not that hard to export the data from Wikibase. Then in the resulting, it's quite familiar for the users, at least for the Quechua community where we're trying to join them or to gather them. It's they find it very intuitive, very easy to follow, and also very easy to contribute there. And also one of the important parts that they like is that the discussions about certain specific words. So the discussions that they are doing, they can be stored into the Wikibase, and they are basically maintained, or they are kept there. So they are saved there. So we don't have to discuss about this, for example, the description of a specific word, the meaning of a specific word, because the discussion has been done, and maybe there are some agreements or not, but this is stored into the discussions of every lexeme or item that we are discussing. So this is also very nice for the users. And what we have achieved so far in Quechua base, we have more than 1 million of triples or statements. We have senses in different languages. And we also were able to store around 20 dialects of the Quechua language family. So there is not one single Quechua, so not only one specific community can feel comfortable using Quechua base, but all the communities or the Quechua communities around the world can feel comfortable using it, because their dialects and variants are also included into the Wikibase. And the challenge part perhaps is to find examples, because there is no much sources on internet where to find a specific the use of a specific lexeme. So this is not easy to find, one of the sources that has been widely distributed is the Bible, for example, in Quechua language, in various dialects of Quechua language, but still it's not enough to represent or to link to all the lexemes that are described, which are around 25,000. And then we also not only store lexicographical data, but we also stored factual knowledge, for example, persons, artisans in this case, points of interest, places, which have also names in Quechua language, which can be also linked to Wikidata, but also to the corresponding lexemes where they have been constructed. For example, one specific town name, it's probably the construction of one or two lexemes or Quechua lexemes. So these links also can be done internally in the Quechua base. And now regarding the use cases that we can see as a future step of Quechua base, or the knowledge graph that we can build on Wikibase or Cloud, is basically the gather of the community. So once we have this knowledge base, then we can start creating the Sparkle queries. We can start to build games, for example. So the users can contribute slightly different, not directly by the interface, but we can provide some examples of games, and they can say, yeah, has this lexeme singular or multiple senses? And they can read the word, they can learn about the word, and they can decide it's a single or multiple sense or not sure, and so on. So this kind of games can help us also to contribute to the Quechua base in this case. Also, currently, when we look for some words on a specific content in Quechua language, we don't find these knowledge panels that I described at the beginning, why knowledge graphs are used. And if we provide this knowledge in Quechua language, in the future, it's more likely that the knowledge panels can also be produced in Quechua language. So hope it can be done in the future, but of course, the main idea behind this is that once we have our Quechua base or knowledge base for one underrepresented community, we can import this knowledge, validating knowledge, because the knowledge that we can store in a wiki base has to have a certain quality. So then we can start to import it into a Wikidata. So until we don't reach this quality, then we cannot just import it into Wikidata and let someone fix it. So it's better if we have a concise and correct data, so we can then import it and ingest it into Wikidata. So we hope that with this data in the future, we can also see some knowledge panels in Quechua language, which still does not exist currently. Then I tried a couple of chatbots and personal assistants with the Quechua knowledge graph, and they worked fine, but still they have some limitations. And they're still quite basic, but the idea in general is still it's possible to build, because in other languages it works, but for the Quechua language, we need more effort on it. And here are some insight and limitations. Building a knowledge graph with wikibase.cloud is really straightforward, because you don't need to install anything. It's just creating an account and start exploring the Wikibase instance that you want to create. Then you can import your data manually by CSV files with quick statements, or by using Python. And you can reconcile your knowledge with OpenRefine and other tools as well. And you can also create forms based on entity schemas. Some of the limitations that we have seen, or maybe if I'm not mistaken, but we were not able to create lexemes with quick statements. And also we still cannot create, for example, or store images in our wikibase.cloud, which is a limitation, but still it's working. So we cannot show and store images and recordings on our Wikibase. And yeah, and also I want to mention before this, the Lingua Libre tool, which I didn't mention before. This could also, once we have, for example, this Quechua base, we have thousands of verbs or nouns and so on in our language. We can list them into a Lingua Libre tool, which is a very nice tool, which is in 4 steps. You can create recordings of your data. So you can keep this, for example, you create a list of words, and then you copy and paste it into, or you can create a Sparkle query into a Lingua Libre to your instance, to Wikibase instance, and then you can record these voices for the list of words that you selected, and then these recordings are saved in Wikimedia Commons, and you can link it into your Wikibase cloud. So this is possible to do it as well. So we are talking about not only like things, we are talking about also about items, but also about recordings. So this could be done, and hope in the future it can be done. And yes, I want to acknowledge some collaborators, David Lindemann, Valeria Curioso, and the universities and the projects where I'm working on, which I have been supporting the idea of building the Quechua base. So I just want to thank for your attention. If you have any question, please type in the chat, or yeah, thank you.
Anyone have any questions for Elwin? Thank you, Elwin. That was a really great talk. We did have one question in the chat from Asaf, but I think you might have answered it already. They were wondering why the language was described in Quechua base rather than Wikidata Lexeme.
Oh yeah, thanks for the question. Yes, I think I mentioned it slightly, but the idea is before to ingest everything into to Wikidata, we want to make sure that the data that we are ingesting is of a high quality, and also we want the community to somehow validate it before it's entered into Wikidata. Because if we just enter all what we find on the web or resources in general, we don't expect that the community will fix it on Wikidata, right? So that's the only main issue, and also perhaps we want to involve the community itself to that they can learn the process of building it, and they can feel more engaged to do it in the future.
Great, thank you. I see Asaf has his hand up. So Asaf, you have a question? You're muted.
Am I? I have unmuted. Am I still inaudible?
Now I can hear you.
Okay. I wanted to thank you for the presentation and this answer, and to tell you that I've been observing minority language efforts across the Wikimedia movement for many years.
I'm sorry,
now.
Asaf, I don't think we can hear you. I can't anyway.
I can hear you.
No, I can hear Asaf.
Okay. So I'm saying I've been observing minority language efforts across the Wikimedia movement for a while now, and I wanted to congratulate you on this approach. I think this is exactly the best thing that can happen to a minority language is to be documented in Wikidata, in Lexeme, to be made queryable, to have input mechanisms, games, everything you mentioned, right? Much more than having Wikipedia, which very often is what people attempt to build. And because of the dynamics that you mentioned, decreasing literacy, etc., in the language, it may not be viable to have a Wikipedia in the language, at least in its current state, unless there's some revival. So I think directing efforts and investing the efforts in this more structured and disciplined approach to preserving the language and to teaching the language is a lot more useful than Wikipedia So yeah, just wanted to congratulate you on this approach. And I think you've explained it very well. I can see that this is also something that could be explained to non-Wikidatans and still express the value of this project. So I will be referring people to your slides next time I find myself talking about what minority languages can usefully do on the Wikimedia projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Leah asked, how can Wikidatans who do not speak the Kichwa languages support you? What could we do that make the future transfer to Wikidata easier?
That's actually a really great question. Currently, I think that the most challenging part for our community is that despite all the efforts that we are doing, there is no, let's say, support from the government. More than, I think the Wikidata is doing great in this aspect. And I feel like we are kind of ready, but we will never be complete, right? Like we will never have a perfect data. So I think the process of doing it, we're doing good in this aspect. And for transferring into Wikidata, maybe it's just a matter of time. So regarding the tools and everything, it's working, and yeah, probably it's just a matter of time and a little bit more engage of the Kichwa community itself, because it can be done by one person to import all the data, but I also want to motivate the others, to other Kichwa speakers to also get into the movement and go together in this approach. So it will be great.
Yeah, thank you. We have a question here from John Samuel in the chat, who asks, if you ultimately plan to move all of the data completely to Wikidata Lexemes, or just a part of it?
Currently, we are working on two main aspects. So one is the linguistic data, which I think it can be it can have some specific quality, and it can be transferred to Wikidata. But perhaps the data that is more about factual knowledge, places, and so on, still not, because it needs to be validated as well. So I think with the Lexemes, we are doing a good progress there, but not with the factual knowledge, for example. So we would start with the Lexemes in this case, which also was our main goal at the beginning, and still is, because it can also support the other projects that in the Wikimedia movement, because the after Wikipedia can also be can also get benefit from it. So yeah, so we can start, for example, with the Lexemes in this aspect.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have any more questions before we finish this session? If that's a no, then I will once again take this opportunity to say thank you, Owen. Excellent last session, and closing us out for WikidataCon 23. But that's not it, everyone. Please give Owen a big hand in the chat, and Leah will be with us very shortly to give us to play us out. I think we're just going to take a couple minutes whilst Leah and our tech team get prepared. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be starting shortly.
All right, here we go. Hello, everyone, and thanks a lot for being here. Thanks for following around this very intense and very exciting 2 days of WikidataCon. So I'm gonna try to be brief so you can enjoy the rest of your evening and day, and maybe keep having chats here on GatherTown about the various topics that we saw presented today. But let me just walk you through the usual closing and wrap-up slides. Nope, that was not that. Let's try again. All right. So yeah, thanks a lot for being with us during these 2 days. This was a pretty exciting and intense event, both for participants and for organizers, I have to say, because this was an experiment of a hybrid program that got broadcasted from the University of Taipei, together with the Wikidata Taiwan community and Wikimedia Taiwan and Wikimedia Germany. And then the second half of the program was taking place here, natively online, let's say. And we all together, we had almost 48 hours of sessions. Like, it was not nonstop because we had some breaks between the parts, but let's say we got close to a full around-the-clock program during 2 days. And I hope you could get some of it, and I hope that you will watch the rest in replay later. And of course, we're still gathering some statistics, but I can already tell you that we had around 35 speakers joining from plenty of areas of the world, with a focus, of course, on the EASIAP region. They had around 40 participants on site in the Taipei University, and as for here online, I think we're around 100 different participants. So I would love to hear about what were your highlights of the event. What are the discussions that you found the most interesting? What are the things that surprised you? What are the interactions that made you happy? If you want to take a few minutes, you can share some of your highlights and other thank you messages here in the chat. Meanwhile, I will say my thank you to a bunch of people, and I will start, of course, with the organizers of this conference from the Wikidata Taiwan community, Wikimedia Taiwan and Wikimedia Germany. Special thanks to Alan, Dennis, Yucheng, Join, Penny, Timon, Riek, and also Alan, Simon, Laura, and Louisa, and all the people who've been basically running this conference. Thank you, of course, to the speakers who created the content and made all of these discussions possible. I also would like to thank the program committees, We had a lot of work before the conference to gather and select and then schedule the program that you attended today and yesterday. And special thanks as well to the facilitators who've been making it smooth to jump from one session to another, also helping with the technical issues and so on. And also, I would like to thank the people who've been organizing satellite events. I don't know if you noticed, but they were also some birthday events happening, some watch parties happening here and there. Hi to all of you if you're still watching the conference. And thank you so much for participating in the excitement of the Wikidata birthday celebration. So let me have a quick look at what you're saying in the chat. We have some thank yous going on. We have some favorite sessions. We have some praise for the last session about Kishwa base, of course. And the birthday presents. Yes, that was amazing. If you didn't attend the birthday present session, you will find it in replay later, and you can, of course, find the list of all the presents on the 11th birthday page on Wikidata. And then, of course, thanks to all of you for being here, for being engaged, for being constructive in your discussions as usual, and supporting each other when needed. Thank you especially for tolerating the little hiccups that we had, the usual technical issues, connection issues, and so on and so on. And for all of the discussions that we had, your ideas, the wishes that we heard from you in the previous sessions, all of this help both the community and the development teams move forward and improve Wikidata. And as usual, you are fun and amazing and yeah, just awesome. So now let's talk a little bit about documentation. So all of the content of this conference has been live streamed, apart from maybe the cake tasting that unfortunately will be an experience that will remain only for people who were somewhere on site eating a cake, but for the rest, there will be videos. So what there is for now are the quite long videos of the 4 parts of the events that are basically generated from the live stream. But in the future, we're also gonna split the videos into smaller clips so you can watch a specific session. So stay tuned. There will be the list anyway posted on the WikidataCon pages on Wiki, so you can access directly the replay of a session that you may have missed or you want to watch again. Then on the documentation page, you can add blog posts, press articles if you find something, or if you write something yourself about the WikidataCon, feel free to list it here. For all the speakers, don't forget to upload your slides on Wikimedia Commons, and you can also add them to the list on the program page so people can easily access your presentation. And on top of that, if you have a bit more time, you can contribute to the Wikidata newsletter, the one that you're receiving every Monday on the mailing list or maybe on your talk page. You can access to Wikidata column status updates /next, and that will make my colleagues very happy to receive some contributions. Now, another tradition of the conference is to have a post-event survey that helps us evaluate how the conference went for you. You already received it in your mailbox. Actually, if you didn't receive the email, let me know and I can share the links with you again. I will also share them in the chat later. The form will require around 10 minutes to fill out. All questions are optional, so it can also take quicker if you want. It's available in 2 languages, English and traditional Chinese, and you're invited to fill it out before November 12th. And it contains two parts. The one part is the usual, okay, how went the conference for you, and you can also add some suggestions for future events. And the second part is broader, and it actually has questions about how. Oh, interesting. The end of my question is missing here. Anyway, it contains questions about how what you need in terms of Wikidata engagement and how the organizations in the Wikimedia movement can support you in running a thriving Wikidata community in your region, for example, or in your language. And about that, before we close, this is actually a discussion that I would like to have with you now. I have a few questions for you. You can take them in no particular order. You can write in the chat, or you can also raise your hand, and then we will grant you the ability to speak. Because we really want to understand what Wikidata engagement and events would look like in the future on a global scale. The Wikidata community is international, it's everywhere, and we are looking to new ways to make these community members and these groups connect, share knowledge and experience the way we're currently doing it at the WikidataCon. So we would love to know what kind of support you would need to develop local initiatives around Wikidata. Also, how you would imagine staying in touch with the international Wikidata community and kind of create links between maybe your local group or your language group and the broader community. And what would be the role of the Wikimedia movement organizations in that? How we could help you maintain or maybe create from scratch a Wikidata group in your region or in your language. So these are a lot of questions, and I will, leave the floor open for a few minutes and see what you have to say about this. So Shoban is mentioning the Wikidata Quality Days events. It's actually going to be the Wikidata Modeling Days, but it's very close. It's going to be on at the end of November online, and it's going to be pretty exciting. We've been mentioning this event many times during this program because a lot of topics are going to connect, I think. So if you want to hear more about how to model gender on Wikidata or how to start a Wikibase from scratch, feel free to join the event. Yes, Asaf, we can hear you.
To the question about local initiatives, it seems to me from what I'm seeing around most communities that a lot of local communities have very few people who are sufficiently involved with Wikidata to be able to program such an event. Right? There's lots of people who kind of do something about Wikidata, but none of them feel confident enough to create a program for a local Wikidata event. So it seems to me that maybe offering or curating some recipes, some templates for a 2-hour Wikidata event or a half-day Wikidata event or a full-day Wikidata event with some well-chosen videos, things that already exist, materials that could be shown as part of the program, supplemented by at least one expert And if the local community does not have a local Wikidata expert, someone who can answer all-round questions, whether they're about modeling or querying, or what is this good for, or is there a tool for doing this and that? So also like a pool of experts. And then if a small community or less experienced community can take a recipe with a bunch of pre-recorded videos, plus have access to invite an expert, maybe not to attend the whole conference, but to do a 1 hour Ask Me Anything or something like that, that is going to make it that much more likely that that local community will have an event which will reach new audiences with obviously mostly introductory materials. But I really think that could enable a lot of communities that are just don't have the depth of experience and confidence to program an event on their own.
Thanks. Yeah, you're touching a lot of super interesting points here. The need for capacity building and more training, but also you're mentioning a very good point that training material exists. And although it must be curated and maybe updated, because a lot of, I'm thinking about the presentations about Wikidata from 7 years ago are not relevant anymore, but there is a lot of material already out there that could be reused. And maybe it should be highlighted more. I mentioned in the chat actually the Wikidata column training page that's been starting a while ago and could be used for curating a list of interesting presentation that could be used during workshops. All right, Joanne, I think you can speak now.
I just wanted to mention an example of some engagement that was a bit of a surprise to me at how popular it was. I was recently funded to attend the TADWIG conference, which is the Biodiversity Information Standards Community Conference, and had an opportunity with a fellow Wikidata editor to run part of they had a portion of unconference, as in you could choose what you wanted to discuss. It was about an hour and a half sort of session. And we ran a very informal how to create a Wikidata property, how to propose a property, going through the process, because these were people who run databases for natural history institutions and are keen to push their data, or at least the links to their data, out into Wikidata. And we had a much larger following attending that part of the unconference. So I'm just thinking to gather new people or people who want to engage more with our community, it might be a method of ensuring that pushing the information out to the communities that are interested in it, but just don't have a connection to people, to Wikidata editors, either in their institution or just know how to connect to our community. Yeah, I just found it quite surprising, but really gratifying as to how many people were actually interested.
Yeah, I agree with you that sometimes, especially the institutions who like to get involved, they can get a little bit shy, like, oh, who are these mysterious Wikidata people and how to reach out to them, and we don't want to make any mistakes. Like, it comes from a will of not making any mistakes, basically. And I agree that every time we see events where we manage to get people from institutions and Wikidatians together, it makes some really great match. I was recently at the Wikidata Days in Lisbon in Portugal, where we had a bunch of nerdy librarians meeting nerdy Wikidatians, and this was absolutely lovely. And I also agree that sometimes personal introduction to a very specific thing, such as how to create a property, can maybe not replace, but be at least as interesting as a broad, okay, what is Wikidata type of thing? Or maybe that's the next step. Thanks. Thank you so much for sharing. All right, I see that the discussion in the chat going on is mostly about discussion tools, which is another very interesting topic. Is there anything else anyone would like to share around how to support connection between local and international community and how to support Wikidata groups to thrive? If not, it's fine, because you will have basically the same questions in the post-event survey that you got in your mailbox, so you can also answer this later. I see a request for more meetings at times that are possible for Australia and New Zealand. Yes, absolutely. Generally, we would love to see more Wikidata meetups being started from plenty of different regions, so it's not always on the same time zones. All right, I also see the mention of training in wiki clubs and events focused on specific Wikidata editathon. Yeah, I noticed that events or editathons that are focused on a specific topic and where ideally people who have knowledge on the specific topic join can be pretty efficient. And Jean-Fred, the data modeling days are exactly for this. Like the goal of this event is like you can bring your topic, even if it's very specific, and we can look at it together and look at the modeling challenges that it has. And you may be surprised. Maybe you're going to find other people who are interested in these topics, or at least some people working on related topics may learn something out of the discussions about how you would model video games or something like this. Oh, I see another interesting idea here. Creating training material for a specific topic that could then be integrated to the wiki project. Yeah, that's really cool. We could have, I don't know, videos about like how to create items about books, for example, and they could go to they could be highlighted on the wiki project books. All right. Well, thank you very much. I think I will move on so I can let you having some more informal discussions at the end of the event. So thank you so much for attending the WikidataCon. See you soon on Wikidata, on various channels, also at future events such as the Data Modeling Days. In case you're not yet registered on the Wikidata mailing list or the Telegram group or to the newsletter, you can find all the information on the main page /contact page. The GatherTown space where we are right now is going to stay open during the upcoming 48 hours, so you have plenty of time to keep exploring and chat with people and have little gatherings. You can also start watching the replay of sessions that you may have been missing. And I hope that you all had a nice experience at this event. So thank you very much and see you around.